Good morning.
Check.
Hey, check.
Check. 1, 2.
Morning. Welcome to Clark International Speedway for the first leg of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022. Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022 is brought to you in cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron, together with other sponsors, Brembo, Denso, OMP, Twazon Racing, ABT, 3M, Rhoda, My Toyota Wallet, Kinto One.
Again, promotional class. Promotional class. Please bring your car to the grid area. Again, promotional class. Bring your car to the grid area. Again, promotional class. Please bring your car to the grid area.
Good morning. Welcome to Clark International Speedway for the first leg of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022. Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022 is brought to you in cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron, together with other sponsors, Brembo, Denso, OMP, Twazon Racing, ABT, 3M, Rota, My Toyota Wallet, and Kinta One. And now please welcome your hosts, James Deacon and Gabby de la Merced, joined by our pit lane reporter, Jack Sulik.
Good morning, Clark, and good morning, Philippines, wherever you might be tuned in, whether you're here at the track, a warm, fleshy welcome to you. And if you're behind the camera over there in the comfort of your own home, good morning to you. Welcome. This is the first weekend round of the Vios Cup. My name's James Deacon. Allow me to introduce my co-host, the multi-awarded race car driver, Gab de la Merced. Oh.
Okay. A little tech difficulty there. Anyway, thank you guys, and I'm glad to be here. It's been a while for me, so it's nice and sunny. I was getting scared a while ago.
Yes,
It
after
was-
yesterday,
I
right?
saw some noom, but I heard that the typhoon has officially passed.
Yes, and we'd like to, of course, remember him from last season. Jut Sulit is our pit lane reporter.
I'm very, very honored to be joining you, James and Gabby. It's going to be an exciting day again. You know, since last season, James, I've been wanting to come back here for another round of Vios Cup.
You know, it's once is not enough with the Vios Cup because you get bitten by the wakudoki bug, don't you? That just gets you right there. And the thing is about this sport is it's always unpredictable. We got some new blood coming into the races. I heard yesterday we had our race winner, which is 16 years old. We had a 20-year-old and two 16-year-olds on the podium. So this is just some of the things that you're going to look forward to with the Vios Cup. It's full of surprises. It's full of excitement. And, of course, now it is full of people here that are enjoying it for the first time since before the pandemic. Now we have a live audience. So that must make us feel great, right?
Yes, we're pretty pumped up with that. You know, we're now physically all together, and obviously we will be introducing those racers one by one, so you have to watch out.
Speaking of introducing, we have also another he's not a pit lane reporter, but he'll be doing reporting on the crowd.
That's right, James. If I'm going to be taking you guys closer to the action on the track, well, someone will be helping us out. Joining us will be Real Talk Darbs. You probably have seen some of his vlogs. If you guys want to be part of one of those vlogs, well, this might be your chance. And Darbs will be manning the stands for us as he takes us closer to the emotions that will be running from the stands as our racers entertain and, of course, compete on the track.
Why don't we hear from Darbs right now and get a pulse check of the crowd? Darbs, are you with us? What's going on up there, Darbs?
Good day to all of you. I have an exciting view here in the crowd. As you can see, and of course, all the cars there. I am a Toyota Vios Cup virgin, should we say, or this is my first time, so I have nothing but excitement. And of course, I'm gonna be taking everyone later to the sponsors deck, and I'll be giving you examples on how you're gonna be able to win exclusive prizes from Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup merchandise. And if ever you're around, maybe isa ka sa mga makakasali sa vlog ko later on. Back to you guys!
All right, we'll be seeing more of Darbs throughout the entire day. We'll be getting pulse checks from him. And I love the idea of being able to have Jut over there talking to our racers. And we have Darbs over there talking to the crowd because this is an entire family affair, the Vios Cup. We want to know what everybody's feeling and thinking, and everybody's included, of course.
Yes, and now it is time to call on the fleet. So the reason why we're here for the love of racing and obviously to support our favorite racers. Please welcome on the track the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022 fleet, ladies and gentlemen.
Yo. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, as you can see, the drivers making their way here, or we have a parade of the fleet. And the fleet is being led by the Corolla Cross GRS Hybrid. Yes, you heard that correctly. It's a hybrid. It's a GRS. It is a performance vehicle that is also very sensitive to the planet and to our pockets.
Oh,
With the price of
yes.
gas right now, right?
Okay, but make no mistake, you know, they say they have this general misconception on how hybrids are slow. Nuh-uh, not, especially not this
Slow.
one.
Slow. These guys took on Le Mans. They won in Le Mans in a
Yes.
hybrid in a Toyota Gazoo Racing
That is
hybrid.
exactly what I'm saying.
But look at that beauty over there as it comes through. Just get a good view of that Corolla Cross hybrid. Of course, we've got the Supra as well,
Woo!
which
Oh,
is the
yeah.
star of the show always. But let's give some love to the GR hybrid in the back there, because this is a new era of responsible motoring. This is bringing the performance and melting that very highly elusive economy into the performance scale. That's very difficult to do. I mean, it's easy to get performance, but at the
No
cost
need, no
of.
need.
But with a hybrid, best of both worlds.
Yeah, especially.
Go ahead, Gabby.
No, I was just saying this day and age, we need to be concerned about our carbon footprint, and hybrids definitely are the way to go.
Absolutely. I mean, no doubt about it. You look at the GI hybrid line and absolutely good-looking
Good
cars.
guys.
But the thing about it is they're environmentalists too. They're environment friendly, and that takes it a whole new level.
And you know, the nice thing I love about hybrids is it's a perfect technology, because a lot of people get range anxiety. Like, you want to get into the whole electrification, but there's range anxiety. Will my car be able to make the distance without filling up? With a hybrid, you don't have to worry about that, because it has two power sources. It has the battery, of course, but it also has a gasoline-powered engine. So you can fill up traditionally, but then the electric motor will be there to reduce your fuel consumption and your carbon emissions.
You know what? I'm coming from the side of, I actually have a Toyota Prius. So I got the first gen, and knowing how well Toyota does it, you know, I'm still am totally in love with the car. And you know, the acceleration, since you have the battery and the motor, the acceleration is just so much more powerful. And speaking of the road rage that you were talking about, you know, when you get on the track, you hear that engine, and sometimes you just wanna, you know, it amplifies. Having a hybrid, being that quiet, gives that zen feeling while you're driving. Plus, this one actually won the Le Mans.
Exactly.
So-
What a lot of people don't know about electric vehicles or anything that's battery driven is the torque or the power curve, right? In a traditional combustion engine, you have a power curve that sort of builds up. But with a electric vehicle, it's like an on-off switch. It's like a wall of power. Just
Yes.
immediately it's
Takes
on
you
or
there.
off. Yes. So it can give you quite the experience. Plus, of course, it's very quiet and good for the environment. And that's why Toyota is a leader in hybrid technology. Okay, so our parade they finally made their way there. We saw the Fortuner GRS as well. Let's show some love around the different models that we have, because we had the Corolla Cross Hybrid, the GR, of course. We have the Fortuner GRS, which has a fantastic body kit that you can see on it. You have the Hilux GRS, the Corolla Altis GRS, the Vios GRS, and of course, that highly coveted GR Yaris, which is just such a beautiful car. It is an all-wheel drive. I've had the pleasure of driving that around the track. It is amazing. Short wheelbase, just a lot of punch in it. Great car.
Well, James, Gabby, we met the cars already. It's time now to meet the racers of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022. Let's start with the promotional class racers. Representing Toyota Team Cebu, car number 18, Felvin Guerra. Car number 69, also from Toyota Team Cebu, Ian Rosales. Car number 19 from Alzona Racing Team Toyota General Santos, Alain Alzona. All right, let's call in all the racers now. Maybe call on all racers. Julia de Los Angeles, Elaine Palacios, Fabio Ide, Daniel Matsunaga, Jay Lau, Romel Guevara, and Teddy Avines step out of their cars as we introduce to you our racers in the promotional class of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022.
And just a reminder for all the drivers, if you are driving your vehicles already, just make your way towards the vehicles so we can introduce you one by one. All Vios Cup drivers, please be by your vehicles already.
Driver is confusing. Okay, aging. すごいな。
There you go. You're meeting right now our racers. They're still all smiles right now, James and Gabby. Later on, those faces are going to turn intense, for sure.
Of course, it gets friendly in the beginning, and when the red lights are down, all hats off, all serious.
This is why we like to take the photos now.
That's
You see?
right.
This is why we're aiming for the group photo while they're still smiling and everybody's still friends.
Galing, fresh na fresh pa.
But you know, the great thing is after the intensity of the competition, when the engines turn off, they're back to being all friends.
Of course,
That's true.
It's all about camaraderie. It's all about sportsmanship here, and that's what I find so amazing with the Toyota Vios Cup.
As they say, you have no friends at 180 kilometers an hour. Okay, so you've met our promotional class. Are they complete yet?
Okay.
Promotional
We
class?
have the other drivers coming in. You know, the weather seems interesting now. You know, that's what I find so fascinating
I don't
about
like.
Clark. It could be sunny. It was actually drizzling a bit this morning. Now it's super sunny. Now we see a bit of clouds, but we never know if they'll come here or not. So with Clark, it could be sunny now. The next 5 minutes, it could be raining. So that's what's really exciting about this race, and I think it's going to be a very interesting day.
It's like a bipolar track.
Exactly.
Very handsome.
And of course, yesterday they were racing in the rain, and that was a lot of fun. Threw up a lot of surprises and excitement as well. You know, we had. We'll be talking about that a little later on in the broadcast about the challenges they had to face.
That's right.
Let's
So-
introduce our racers again, one
Yes.
by one. Gabby, go ahead and start with promotional class once more.
All right, so there you have it. We are back with the promotional class racers. Fervin Guerra, number 18 from Toyota Cebu. Please take a step forward. All right. Show your nice smile to the camera. And our next racer, Ian Rosales, number 69, also from Toyota Cebu. Nice.
Let's keep going.
Fresh na fresh pa. And Alain Alzona, number 19, Alzona Racing Team, Toyota General Santos.
Followed by Julia de Los Angeles, number 61 of Avengers Racing Team.
Alan Palacios, number 44, Toyota Cebu.
Ang crush ng bayan, Fabio Ide! Car number 5, Toyota Gazoo Racing.
And another crush ng bayan, Daniel Matsunaga, number 7, Toyota Gazoo Racing Philippines.
Followed by car number 66, OTR Racing Team, Jay Lau.
Now we have Romel Guevara, number 88, JBT Racing Toyota San Fernando.
And wrapping up the promotional classes, car number 86, IGWT JAV Racing Team, Teddy Javines.
And there you have it. This is the list of the Toyota promotional class.
Okay, just stand there for your photograph. And while you're all still big smiles, guys, that is our official cameraman over here. There we go.
Okay. Show those pearly whites. Okay, now we have the sporting class racers. Let us start off with Joaquin Garrido, number 63, Toyota Otis Avengers Racing Team.
Then we have car number 76, JBT Racing Team Toyota San Fernando, Daryl Garbs.
Now we have a strong female racer, Myla Alivia, number 73, JBT Racing Toyota Isabela.
We did tell you that this was a family affair, and here's another Garbs, Euro Garbs, JBT Racing Team, San Fernando.
Ito, isa pang crush ng bayan, Troy Montero, number 6, Toyota Gazoo Racing Philippines.
But it's too late, ladies. He's already married just recently. Roy Sarmiento, car number 27, RMS Cars Racing Team.
Now, number 45, Miguel Quiñones, Toyota Balintawak Avengers Racing Team.
Also for the Avengers Racing Team, but this time for Toyota North EDSA, it is Elise Menorca.
All right, and there you have it. This is the lineup for the sporting class.
Give way right now to our super sporting class. For those of you who are just joining us here, we do divide them up into different classes in terms of experience. And these are the most experienced racers. This is the creme de la creme of the Vios Cup, starting with car number 81, JBT Racing Toyota Isabela Red, Diwa.
Woohoo!
Woo!
And you have number 40T from Toyota Cebu, Lord Seno.
Followed by a new racing sensation, one of our younger drivers here from Toyota North EDSA Avengers Racing Team, Inigo Yangan Anton.
Now racing in number 99, Gerard Loy from our racing team.
Also another young gun. I don't know who's older here between the two of them. I think they're the same age. It is Daryl De Leon from Toyota Marilao Avengers Racing Team. Who's older? Who's older between the two? You? Okay, stripped of your young gun title.
Now we have John Dison, number 41, also from Avengers Racing Team.
And John won the race yesterday. John Dison, 20 years young, and our race winner yesterday. And followed by our final racer from our racing team, car number 55, Brian Coe.
Woohoo! And a round of applause, everyone, for our racers. There you have it. To officially kick off the first leg of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022, we have no less than the president of the Toyota Motor Philippines, Mr. Atsuhiro Okamoto.
Good day, everyone. What a great day to be back on the track. It's our honor at Toyota Motor Philippines to keep pushing the limits for better when it comes to promoting motorsports in the country. With much excitement, I welcome you all to the very first leg of Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022. The TGR Vios Cup is our way of celebrating our ever-growing racing community. We are thankful to our racers and the racing teams for the Gazoo racing spirit, especially in these challenging times. We hope this year's season will continue to give you the drive to race. To our racing friends watching online, thank you for joining us. I'd like to say hello to our live audience here at the Clark International Speedway. Welcome and thanks for coming. We have prepared a great program today, so have fun watching the races and joining the activities. But let us remember to always follow safety protocols. Today's event will not be possible without the help of our teams from TMP, our partners, and our sponsors, led by our longtime supporters, Bridgestone and Petron. Thank you so much. We'd also like to thank Brembo, Denso, OMP, Tucson Racing, AVT, 3M, Lota, My Toyota Wallet, and Quintuan. This is the TZR Vios Cup, and we cannot wait to discover more of the best racers in the Philippines. To everyone, thank you very much for being part of this program. Let the race begin.
Woo! All right. Much. Okamoto-san, and you can tell it's a special day because Okamoto-san brought his special shoes. Look at those shoes. You don't bring those shoes to any ordinary day. Thank you very much. All right. This is another thing that we haven't had for a long time, I think pre-pandemic. I've personally missed it. It is the oath of sportsmanship. And we're going to be doing it live today. And for that, we would like to welcome the Assistant Vice President for Marketing Services Department of Toyota Motor Philippines, Mr. Elvin Luciano.
Hi. Hello. Vios Cup racers, please raise your right hand.
Pansinin naman yung direct.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear and agree
It's okay.
to abide, adhere, and uphold all rules and regulations which has been set forth by the Automobile Association of the Philippines and the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup to practice good and fair sportsmanship behavior at all times. So help me God.
All right, Sir
Thank you
Elvin.
very much, Sir Elvin. Wow, that gave me goosebumps. And this event obviously would not been possible for our sponsors. So this is in cooperation with Bridgestone
And of course, Petron,
and together with our other sponsors, Brembo,
Denso,
OMP,
Tucson Racing,
AVT,
3M, Rota, and My Toyota Wallet.
and last but not least, Kinto One.
And since we haven't been doing this for a couple of years now, may we please invite all the racers, our race directors, and of course, Toyota Motor Philippines executives for our official, I know JP loves this because he always takes a selfie, our official Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022 class picture. Right here? Here ba? Okay lang? Direct? Okay. All of our racers here. Oh no, over there. Can you direct them over here?
Way in
Follow
front.
us. All important people, please follow us. That means you, Sir Vince.
It's time for
And
the
of course,
nice
Okamoto-san.
big family photo. Okay.
Good luck.
Could we invite our racers? Sorry, we'll stay here to take our photo. Oh, just get you all back here to take our family photo.
Yeah. Ingit ako, gusto ko sumama sa family photo. Paminsan-minsan lang.
Like we said, we haven't done this in a while. Diba?
Yeah, we haven't done this in ages.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. And once again, thank you for joining us for the TGR Vios Cup 2022. A lot of things, exciting things, about to go down here at the Clark International Speedway. We're very, very happy that you could join us, whether you're live with us here in Clark or watching from the safety of your homes. Just remember, though, to our guests here, please don't forget to practice our safety protocols. We're also familiar with those already. Wear your masks, keep a safe distance from each other, and wash your hands frequently. Stay safe, please. And to our online viewers, just sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We're going to have a day full of racing for you guys. And if you guys caught it last year, we also have that autocross with some of the guys that you might be seeing on social media a lot. Some of them will be joining us. So let us know who you're cheering for from the racers that we introduced and met earlier. Type it down in the comment section if you're watching via live stream. We'd also like, of course, to thank our sponsors. The 2022 Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup is brought to you in cooperation with Bridgestone and Petron. Together with our other sponsors, Brembo, Denso, OMP, Tuason Racing, AVT, 3M, Rota, My Toyota Wallet, and Kinto One. Things are about to go down. As you can see, the cars are lined up here. And before we get to racing, we'll just bring you some reminders. Stay tuned.
Tignan mo ang iyong mga napagdaanan. Sa bawat pagbagsak, at araw-gabing pagsusumikap. Nalagpasan mo lahat ng takot at pagdududa. Maniwala ka lang, dahil ang lakas ay likas sa puso at pagkatao mo. Ang mga pangarap ngayon ay abot kamay. Malayo na ang narating natin. Hindi na tayo pabibitin. Tuloy-tuloy tayong aangat. Kasama ang Petron. Sa Petron, panalo ang Pilipino.
Toyota owner or dreaming of becoming one? Experience the thrill and joy of moving together with a new My Toyota mobile app. Download now and enter our virtual showroom anytime, anywhere. Book service appointments, avail of car care products and upgrade packages. Inquire with your dealers and get customer assistance. Get quick access to genuine products and quality services. Keep your Toyota at its best. The new My Toyota app. Life with Toyota. Made happier in a tap. Download My Toyota PH on Apple App Store or Google Play or visit toyota.com.ph/mytoyota to know more.
Ambition. It's not a destination, nor a finish line. It's a never-ending race. To be better than last week, than yesterday, than a mere second ago. A race against your very being. Your doubts, your fears, your limits, against the very nature of things, against even Mother Nature herself. Ambition. It's the big things, and the small things, and the everythings. Ambition. It isn't somewhere you arrive. It's what you keep racing towards. To push, 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 to the extremes, to race, 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 where the unexpected happens. Between the split seconds, that's when you find the limit. That's our ambition, so you too can race yours.
At the heart of Toyota Gazoo Racing is the drive to push the limits for better. The passion to create exhilarating driving experiences for every car and every driver. With the latest addition to the GR lineup, we're putting the thrill of performance cars to the country's best-selling midsize SUV by bringing the racing experience right at your fingertips. Introducing the new Toyota Fortuner GRS, engineered to drive you towards a new peak of success, while looking bolder and sportier than ever before. Bear the mark of a powerful leader with the iconic GR emblem. Underneath the striking exterior is a strong engine with race-like suspension to make sure you dominate every race in life. Cruise confidently with advanced driving functions while sitting comfortably in an elegantly designed interior. With great performance comes even greater safety features. Easily keep an eye on all areas around your car with a blind spot monitor. The rear cross traffic alert keeps watch while you safely back away from parking spaces. The downhill assist control manages your speed while descending. The Fortuner GRS also comes with Toyota Safety Sense technology for added driving assistance and security. Ensure every trip is an exhilarating drive and your every move a winning one. Harness the power to lead the race with the new Toyota Fortuner GRS.
Unleash your racing spirit with the next addition to the Gazoo racing line. Designed to excite your heart with new styling that's bold and tough. Improved performance to awaken your off-road passions. Control and comfort designed for rough terrains. Racing features to inspire you to push past your limits. And race your unbreakable spirit. The new Toyota Hilux GRS.
And we are so glad to be here for the first leg of 2022.
All right. Am I on now?
Now you're on. Now I can hear you.
There we go. It's like, just think of it like a Zoom meeting and I was on mute, okay? These things happen. It's 2022. I'm sure all of you know what a Zoom meeting is like. Welcome to the Vios Cup, the Gazoo Racing Vios Cup. This is what, season number 8? We started in 2014.
Yes.
So this has got to be season number 8 already. So we are here live at the Clark International Speedway to bring you all the action trackside of what promises to be an incredible event.
Okay, so right now they are doing their warm-up lap. So at this time, they're getting their gears ready, you know, rubbing those tires. This is where all the adrenaline starts building up to that formation lap. So we're looking forward to that.
Yes, it's certainly an exciting moment, that whole tension that builds up, and we had that parade earlier on as well. We had all the top executives of Toyota Motor Philippines. So this creates this theater around this whole event that really adds to the excitement. You can see the pressure building up. We even had a parade where we had all the GR cars that were brought out, led by the new Corolla Cross Hybrid GR version, a hybrid and a sports car.
You know what? Corolla has already been one of the staples here at all
worldwide.
Worldwide.
I think it's the best-selling car of the entire history of the world, if I'm not mistaken. Corolla is the nameplate that probably sold more than anything else.
And ever since I started racing, I've been seeing Corollas at the track, beating all these big companies, and it is amazing to finally have a hybrid version of that. You know, I love my Prius, and putting that system in a Corolla, oh boy.
And it's a Corolla Cross too, so it's a bit of a quasi. Is it an SUV? Is it a car? What's going on here? What's with the split personality? But it's 2022. I mean, really, what is normal these days? We want more from everything, I think, the normal now. We cannot just accept this being one function, right? So this is why cars like the Corolla Cross make a lot of sense. And when you put a hybrid system into that, plus you put the GR package on top of it, it really combines all those worlds together for the perfect car.
You know what? When you do those, like what you said, it becomes the champion of the 24-hour Le Mans.
That's right. Of course, that's another thing. I mean, just in case you thought hybrids are for soccer moms and boring cars, well, you got to explain that to the people that in Le Mans who they beat, which is everybody, right? They won the most This is arguably, well, it's the by far the most prestigious endurance racing event on planet Earth, and the most famous one, I would
Definitely.
say.
And now, as you can see, they are turning into the last turn, getting into the starting grid right now. You can see them, from afar, it looks like they're all just lining up in per specific places, but you could see those like little inches of like disparity of like where they want to hit. Do they want to go to the middle? Do they want to go to the outside lane? Over here, obviously, it's very advantageous to go to the left side of the starting grid.
All right, speaking of the starting grid, let's take a look at pole position. It is none other than Fabio Ide, and we're doing a reverse grid here. So Fabio was finished in 6th place yesterday, and now he starts in 1st place. So he had a challenging race, but we got 2nd place, Alan Palacios, 3rd place.
Jay Lau, and we have 4th for Elaine Alzona.
Then you got Ian Rosales from Toyota Team Cebu in 5th, and Julia de Los Angeles, one of our female drivers, in 6th.
Yes, then 7th, Danielle Matsunaga, Felvin Guerrera, and Romel Guevara. And there you have it, the kickoff. Ooh, you see someone lag down over there, getting on takeoff.
Yes, there was a little bit. We missed the actual start of that. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see what happened and why that car was straggling behind. But yes, this is the opening lap right now. And you can see as they're all trying to funnel their way through this turn number 1, which is a very exciting and tricky corner because there's plenty of lines around this corner, aren't there?
Yes, there's so much ways that you could take it, and especially, the first corner, it's a high-speed turn. You're taking that pretty much flat out 4th gear or 3rd gear, depending on the car that you're taking. And we just saw like 2nd and 3rd place were like abreast with each other turning in, so it's pretty intense.
Yes, and I don't think the cameras really pick up the camber of the turns over there and the elevation changes that you get on turn 1 and 2. And this plays a big role in the balance of the car, doesn't it?
Definitely. You're going with a steep banking going up to turn 1, and you get all that grip. And as you go down, you hit that corkscrew. And it really disrupts the car, and it's a tight corkscrew, so carrying all that speed and going down to that corkscrew. And there's a lot of overtaking points over here.
And remember, this is at the portion of the race where everybody is just as close as they can possibly be.
Definitely.
This is where everyone's trying to make up positions. So if first corner is, we have a saying in racing, where you don't win a race in first corner, but you can certainly lose the race in first corner.
Oh, yes.
So it's very tempting because this is, for a driver especially that's struggling a little bit with either pace, you want to get the advantage of being able to just make up those places in the first corner. But this is where the temptation happens. This is where this car collides. Look at this. What a beautiful move. Car number 69, that's Ian Rosales.
An honest teammate as well.
From Alan Palacios. That was a super clean move over there. Beautiful, beautiful dive down. A classic.
Classic dive. It's fascinating to see all these racers over here. And we're starting with production class. And you can see the skill set that they're carrying with them. Usually the first 2 laps, especially the first lap, everyone is literally beside each other, and they're racing toe to toe. And when you're at that edge, you're like sometimes like inches away from each other, and keeping that speed and being overtake without any damages. It's quite amazing.
All right, well, here's what it looks like so far on the grid, because Fabio Ida started in first position, so I'm assuming he is the one that had the problems that we saw in the starting, because he's
that
down
hurt
back.
quite a lot.
It hurt quite a lot. He's down in 6th place, which is tragic, but Ian Rosales takes the lead from Alan Palacios. Elaine Alzona is in 3rd spot. Daniel Matsunaga doing a pretty good job there in 4th position. These were our celebrity drivers not long ago, just last season they were celebrity drivers, but now they're out there in open waters.
Out there in open waters, and
with
you
the
can
sharks.
see they're making it big. Ian Rosales.
Look at this
went
side-by-side action.
Oh, yeah.
Car number 66, that's Jay Lau. And Jay is side-by-side with... Oh, we lost the angle. We were going to say, who's got the corner?
There he is turning in, but he's still outside.
Was he able to take that?
Yes, I think he was.
It's a pity we lost the angle there. We were side by side. We didn't see who got the corner in the end there. But car number 66, Jay Lau, there in 7th place. Has he been able to transition up one spot?
Oh, there. He's right beside number 5, which is Fabio Ide.
And Julia de Los Angeles, so he's in between those two. Fabio Ide, of course, another one of our celebrity drivers that has moved into open water, so to speak, and is now racing in the promotional class. This means there's no special category for them just because they're celebrities. It goes to show that these people have matured already into the racing scene and are now fighting it out with the real racers, the best of the best.
And you can see that they've definitely proven their worth. Now that Jay Lau actually has overtaken Fabio Ide, he's right behind Julia de Los Angeles. The thing is with this, you can't just look at the person in front of you. You have to remember Fabio's still at the back. He could just get that back. So yeah, sometimes it's even crazier to be sandwiched in between this type of traffic. You know, you're looking up front, you're looking for an opening, and you're worrying at the back, you know, well, what if the guy wants to he has that perfect opportune time to just take over? So this is where it gets exciting, and pretty much the mid-grid right here is where all the action is at.
Absolutely, and we got Ian Rosales still about to cross the line in first place. So he's maintaining that lead over Alan Palacios and Alain Alzona. Daniel Matsunaga still holds his position in 4th spot. Julia de Los Angeles, our sole female driver in this category, but not our sole female driver in the Vios Cup. We have quite a few, don't we?
Yes, we have a few.
Yes, we have
Woohoo,
Elise
girl
Menorca.
power.
Yeah, and you know what?
Yeah,
Year after
Lila.
year, exactly, they're coming back, and they're not just coming back, and they're not just taking part, as they say, they're taking over.
Yeah.
In some ways.
I'd love to say that.
Well, we do see, we've seen how they've moved up all. Pamela Baranda was a great example of this, one of my best examples I could use, because not only was she an incredibly strong female driver, she came as a celebrity, so she wasn't expected to, and all of a sudden, she was duking it out with the best of them and putting them in their place too.
Yes, you know what? Actually, Fem, I've raced with her with the V1.
Oh, yeah?
She did the endurance race.
Okay, well then you know
as
all about
you
her.
can see, the progression right there.
Yeah.
It's quite amazing.
And in between stops, you know, she's nursing a baby. I mean, that's girl power right there.
All right, so we have our leader right there, number 69, Ian Rosales, going strong. He has quite a lead against everyone. And as you can see, you know, his times, he's still doing the best times.
Yes, well, that's usually, I mean, he was able to take the lead as well. So we know he's a quick driver today. His car's on point, everything's working out. And as you noticed and pointed out, Gab, the gap that he's building up there, it was 1.226 seconds in the last lap. It would be interesting to see how that gap has grown so far in this next lap. It looks like it's going to be a little bit more than that, I would say. He's pulling
so
away.
far, yeah, it looks like he's at least half a second faster than everyone else. But it's quite interesting seeing 1 all the way to 6, all the way to the 5th are on the same second. So that means pretty much it's just one minute mistake like this, and the next person could gain tremendously right there. And you know, when you look about racing, it's not about you know, I'm 10 seconds faster, 5 seconds faster. It's always the 10th of a second. You get that per turn, you know. And now the track, looking at it, we were there a while ago. It was pretty tricky. You can see that there's a bit of debris. What's fascinating about racing is even if you're racing at the same track, no same day is the same.
Sometimes on the same race, no 2 laps sometimes
That
are
is,
the same.
that is very true. We could have rain any minute now and then sunshine for the 3rd lap and right again.
And you know, when you're dealing with cars that are all equally prepared, they're identical in every sense of the word, not just because where they come from is Toyota Vios, but including all the modifications that are made are all done to a certain standard. Everything's scrutinized. The spark plugs are the same, the tires are the same, the fuel is the same. So every 10th of a second counts. And when we talk about the changing conditions, it's not even something as dramatic as rain. It's the grip on the track. It's how much rubber is being laid down from one lap to the next. Sometimes you get more grip because you're putting down more rubber, but then you get what you call the marbles that you're putting on the side.
Oh yes,
So-
those gravels, and it looked like a while ago there was quite a few. Yeah, the track seemed a bit dirty today.
So this is what separates the good drivers from the great drivers, is the great drivers are able to read the track as it unfolds to them, as it presents itself to them, because the conditions are changing. An inexperienced driver won't really notice this. He'll just keep doing the same lines, turning at the same point, and that is good training, but the really great drivers will accept the nuance of the track as it starts to grow and starts to get rubbered in.
Yes, you know, it's there are a lot of factors, not just even with the weather. So obviously right now it's a bit hot, so the pavement basically is getting hotter. So it all depends on how your tires are degrading. So how you would tackle the first lap is completely different from how you're tackling it to the last lap. Obviously, tires are getting hot. So you could have a bit of understeer over there. It also depends on your driving style. Are you hitting the berms? Are you forcing it into the turns? Are you rough with the car, or are you smooth with the car? You know, all these factors come in, and what's beautiful about a one-make series is that's where the skill set comes in. You have an equal setting. Obviously, yes, you have that communication between you and your chief engineer and how you dissect it. It's all that beauty rolled into one, which makes this race amazing.
Absolutely. I'm not trying to do any copyright infringement with the amazing race, but you're absolutely right. And this is what excites us as broadcasters or commentators here, is because we get to appreciate, and we want to be able to translate that to you, to be able to appreciate the nuance. Because if you're just watching it on TV and you just see them going around in circles, you're not really appreciating how much they are really putting into this. Because we've also talked about, Gab's talked about the tire degradation, or the heating up of the brakes, or the heating up of all the fluids, etc. That's already one thing, but we're also dealing with another thing, which is added ballast to the cars. So it involves strategy later on, that when they win a race, they get to add ballast to their car.
Yes.
This changes the handling of the car, the dynamics of the car, and the drivers that succeed are the ones who learn how to adapt. This is pretty much like life itself. It's being able to adapt. Those are the winners in life. People who are able to pivot and adapt on a dime.
And especially during this whole lockdown has taught us.
Follow me for more life
it's all
tips.
about pivoting. You know what? I saw one hit the berm. So hitting the berm right now would be pretty tricky, especially with the ones with a bit of a dip. You know, I saw water splash all over there. And when someone hits a berm, it's good usually to hit a berm, especially at these speeds, because you want to maximize every single inch out of the track. But if you maximize that much and hit that splash of water, that's gonna retain to the next couple of turns. And then you're gonna have to quickly adjust to something that's a little wet. And it's not just all your tires, it's just one tire. Is it the rear right, or is it the front left? And I just wanna go back a little bit. And I noticed there was a bit of an incident with one of the black cars. I wasn't able to get the number, but it looks like there was a bit of an incident at the bumper. A bit of dicing over there.
We do see some hanging bumpers over there. We've got we're almost coming into lap number 7, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? No,
I think we just passed lap 7. So what they're saying now is that we're going into lap 8. It's a little bit delayed right now with the laps over here, but yeah, we have 12 minutes left.
All right, so we have 12 minutes left into this race, and the gap now between Ian Rosales and Alan Palacios was already over 2.2, and now we're down to 1.774. So this could either indicate one of two things. Ian is just preserving his car, understanding that he's got this race, I wouldn't say in the bag, because I don't think that's your frame of mind when you're driving till the checkered flag comes out, right?
You can't be lax, especially with sprint races like this. Anything can happen. And right now, Alan Palacios is almost half a second faster than Ian. And if he continues with this pace, he'll get that, a lot closer.
So we can tell you what's happening on the track. We can even help you with the numbers. But what we can't really do is tell you what's in the mind of the racers right now. So what, Ian could be having some trouble with the car. He could also just be preserving the car for the next race, because we have to race again this afternoon. And you're going to race on the same tires. You're going to race on the same fluids and brakes, etc. So you want to preserve your car. So is he just knowing that he has a nice healthy gap, he's just easing up a little bit, or is he having trouble? Well, this is why we get out of bed in the morning to watch the races, because anything can happen, and usually does.
And you know what? I was saying a while ago, Alan Palacios has that gap going towards Ian, but Jay Lau is actually doing 28s. So that he's more than a full second faster than anyone else. And as you see right now, he is trying to overtake Alan right this minute. Now, being faster by a full second is very different from overtaking, because overtaking takes some finesse. Oh, you have to see how well this racer is. Well and good if you have all the time in the day, but obviously your laps are very numbered. So as soon as you get there, if you're almost same in pace, you have to see where are your strong points, where is his weak points, where can you overtake. Obviously, going into the chicane would be difficult. I'd say only the last part of the SS would be an open, only if they open up to you. But getting that good exit on the last double A, getting into the last turn, would give that good advantage if he gets it right.
All right, well, now we're riding along with the leader, Ian Rosales, car number 69, as we have we have 15 minutes into this race so far, and Ian is leading this race. Let's see what the gap looks like. It's 1.819 seconds, so he's maintaining. So it looks like he's just preserving the car, is what I would think. Then you've got Fabio Ida in third place over there, so he's climbed up quite a bit as well. So he had that difficult start, and now he's back up into third place.
Actually, I want to see what happened, because Jay Lau was already doing 228s. 0.2, which is lower 28s, and he was literally right behind Alan Palacios, and now he's down all the way to 7th place. Obviously, he tried to make his move, he tried to overtake. Sadly, it didn't go well for him today, and he's all the way at 7th place right now. Which is always going to be tragic, I mean, we don't know what happens until we get Jut to give us a pit lane report when they come into the pit lane, and that's why it's always wonderful having a pit lane reporter in the Vios Cup now. And also, in case you missed it and you've just joined us, we also have a crowd reporter as well. Yes, I'm so excited for that one. We could actually go into the minds of the crowds and see what they're taking. Have you ever seen his Darb's blogs? Have you ever seen any of them? But I heard a bit of glimpses of it a while ago. So I can't wait to see him in action later. Yeah, it's comic relief for sure. I think we're going to get a finger on the pulse, so to speak, on the crowds out there. But he has a very unusual way of asking questions. Well, unusual for me, but it's very entertaining. Oy. He really knows how to bring them out. All right. So we're looking forward to that. We're looking forward to those crowd interviews as well, and then we're going to get to talk to some of the racers and find out what's happening. Like with Jay Lau, I want to know what's gone on with what happened, because he's now he's in 259. Yes. Does that mean he's out completely? I mean, he's 32 seconds behind. Yes. Sadly, we weren't able to catch it, but I think that was one of the biggest upsets of this race. Because if he was doing, technically he was the fastest time. And he was climbing up there. And sometimes with racing, a lot of people think that it might just be a physical event. It's extremely mental. There's this saying wherein you have to be patient to be fast. You got to go slow before you can go fast. Yes, and especially with these things wherein you're faster than the person in front of you. Sometimes you get too carried away, and that split second of misjudgment could be everything for you. And we'll see later with what happens with Jay. Yeah, and certainly with 10 cars on the grid there, we have now 9 left. They're actually running around on the grid, but we looks like Romel Guevara is out. He just finished 2 laps. Felvin Guerra is also out with just 3 laps as well down.
And Jay Lau looks like he's already out of the race because he's a whole lap down, and we can't see any more his car. And he was leading at one point, wasn't he?
He went up to third, so
Third, that's
definitely
right.
that deserved the podium.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? One man's loss is another man's gain, which makes Fabio Ide in the top 3 right now.
And this is how it all works out. Fabio had a bad day yesterday. Really, things that were also out of his control dropped him down to 6th place. But as you said, this is what good fortune's turn, and one man's gain is another man's loss. And this is why it's so exciting to watch. It really is. Anything can happen. It changes second by second.
Definitely. You know, right now we can see that the first all the way to third seems like they have their places set. Ian Rosales has been very consistent, you know, doing with his lap times with a solid 29.4s. Alan Palacios just has that a bit of gap, you know, almost 2 seconds away from him. You know, but he has that breathing space that Ian isn't worried about. And Fabio Ide is a good 6 seconds, but as he said, anything can happen. Just as long as they keep their same pace, I think it would be okay. But as soon as someone makes even just the slightest mistake in a turn, the one person's gonna be on them. Definitely now, the mid-grid, I think that would be Daniel Matsunaga and Elaine Alzona that are kind of gunning it for places.
And you know, I gotta say at this point, just taking a little break off the racing per se, but the actual event, you gotta give kudos to Toyota, credit to Toyota, that they have managed to sustain this event even during something as difficult as a global pandemic. They found a way to make it happen. And look what's happening out there. We are now seeing, it's not just, it's the development of a program that I'm so appreciative of how much support. So this is a brand like Toyota, when they get behind something, even during the most difficult times, they're still there for you. The Vios Cup still continued. They figured out a way how to make it happen during a pandemic, and now we're slowly opening up. We've got a live crowd here, as well as, of course, a virtual crowd. So I think this pandemic has not, while it broke a lot of people, only made Toyota stronger, because we found even more ways to make this happen. And now I believe, just like they're the leaders in hybrid technology, we're now the leaders in hybrid events.
Oh, yes.
What a segue. Come on.
I love
There
that. Woo! I felt fireworks sparks. But no, definitely that is true. You know, what they say when things get tough and things are kind of shaky, that's when you see the essence of a team or the essence of a person.
Company,
Yeah, that's when your moral fiber really comes out, and definitely Toyota has proven that they are above anyone else, especially when it comes to racing.
And that's what you really need from a car company, right? I mean, you're going to have a relationship with these people for at least the next 5 years. For most people who change their cars 3 to 5 years, you want to know that brand experience is always going to be the same, that these people are going to be there for you when things are not great. Because anyone can sail a ship in calm waters, as they said.
Definitely they walk the talk.
This is why they're the leader. They're number one in the country for good reason, and number one by far. This is not like a close, there's not even a distant second. These guys have an incredible market share of 40%, and they do that by being this consistent, by being this committed. So the Vios Cup is just a reflection of those values. I mean, a lot of people think, well, what's racing got to do with any of the cars that I buy in the showroom? Well, it's got a lot to do with it, because you want to know that these cars were tested under extreme conditions, both in not just the machine, but the team. Because to put this together, the team, Gab, you've been racing for, I won't say decades, because that might age you.
Ouch.
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 Oh, but at least a decade, and I mean that with love.
Wow. But yeah,
But
we're
you know what I
racing
mean.
for a while.
You've been
So
racing,
let's just
say
put it that way.
for a while, okay. And you know that the team, that what goes involved in getting just the car to the track even before the driver takes off, even before that first light goes out.
Definitely.
The teamwork that goes just to put you on that grid. And that is what Toyota's doing collectively for everybody here, because they're the ones that put this event together. It started in 2014. Mitsunobu Sugata-san was brought this over here, and it's been just pedal to the metal ever since. You know, he wanted to create a program that gave young drivers a chance to grow and show them a path.
Yes. And you know what? Especially when you're there up front, you are, the best at it. It's so easy to be complacent, and obviously they aren't complacent because they're still pushing the envelope. They're still trying hard to see where they could get. And I think the Corolla hybrid is a true testament to that.
Yes, you could say that, you know what, you got the best-selling nameplate on planet Earth for cars, Corolla. You can just sit back and relax. No, they keep innovating. Now they got the Corolla Cross Hybrid. These are just what makes Toyota the greatest car company on Earth. And speaking of complacency or lack of complacency, Ian Rosales. This is a guy who's not complacent up there in front. He's still building a gap. He's still managing that gap. And he's preserving his car and preserving, more importantly, his position.
Yes, and we have 3 laps to go with that. Ian Rosales going strong at first. What's nice about also being ahead is that you get all that clean air. You don't get the combustion of like the cars in front of you. And that really does a number also to the car, to the engine, your top speed, especially on the straightaways. Whereas other cars not just has to deal with like the rubble on the road, they also have to look left and right, looking at who's gonna overtake them or who to overtake. So there's a lot of other factors involved, but so far, still, the top 3 have been settling in pretty good. Fabio Ide has gained some ground against Alan Palacios, but still, I mean, it's still almost 6 seconds away from second place. Unless something a little drastic happens, someone makes a mistake, I think we have our first to third right now.
And you spoke about gaps and stuff. Look at the gap now between Ian Rosales and Alan Palacios. It was 1.2 before. It's now 0.613. So that gap has been eaten up. So it tells me, okay, look at this. This tells me that either, okay, Alan was just biding his time. He's quicker. He was quicker. He's reduced that gap. And now he's on full attack mode with just 2 laps to go.
Ooh,
Not
this
even
is
2.
where it gets interesting. That's what we were saying.
half.
They were both doing 29s, and Alan Palacio just slingshots it with a good mid-28 seconds.
That's almost a full second ahead, and that explains that gap going down. But look, does he have enough? Because you made a great point earlier. 1 second is a lifetime in racing, but it means nothing during an overtaking maneuver.
But if you look at Ian's racing line right now, he's doing a pretty good job at defending. He's not going total defensive, which means he still has that leeway of gaining ground. Because if you go total defensive, obviously your racing lines are a little off, and obviously you will get a lot slower. But with this, you have to still keep at your pace, or else the person, especially behind you, will overtake.
We could be heading for a pretty big upset over here, as Ian Rosales has led this race for almost the entire race. He's been leading this race, and now it looks like he's got a lot of work cut out for him as they head into the final lap here with, this is the final lap coming up now.
Yeah, so it's gonna get tricky, and they're gonna know that. Because as soon as you cross the start-finish line, there's the marshal that shows that it's the final lap. And as soon as you hear that, and especially if you're at the guy behind, actually even if you're the guy in front and you know that someone's at your tail.
He's at his tail.
You could see how close he is.
Look at
now,
this.
all he needs is a better exit at the double A, and he would get them at the straightaway.
I don't know. Look how close this is, Gab. This is to the final corner here. This is the last part of the track. And Ian Rosales takes the corner cleanly, but car number 44, Alan Palacios. Do we have a, not yet, we still have 1 lap to go.
Ian looked like he came out a little faster, but Alan Palacios obviously is at the back, and there is a draft right there. The first turn, oh man, the first turn, there's so much ways to take this. Obviously, you can see Ian already going inside. He's trying to take the defensive line, but there is a chicane right over here. So if you just hit that nod, I don't think it's going to be on this first turn.
No.
But he's there. He knows that the clock's ticking. There's only a few turns left wherein you can overtake.
And that's also, we got to also focus on Fabio Ide and Julia de Los Angeles because Fabio is in the last podium spot and Julia seems to want it.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. All gloves are off right now.
This is it. This is the final
Yeah.
lap. We got, once they cross the line, that will be the checkered flag already. And but that gap has built up, so it looked like Alan put up a big fight. Does he have enough left in the tank to be able to give him? He's only got a couple more sequences left to set this up, right, Gab?
Definitely. I would say, especially over here, they're about to enter the Akasha. And with that big of a gap, I don't think there's a possibility to overtake.
Well, in the traditional form, no, but you never know if
Yeah,
anything.
it's racing.
He might miss a breaking point. Anything can happen, and that's usually what sometimes you inherit it. But it all evens out the wash later on because
Definitely.
so much to consider right now. But look, Ian Rosales is in a good spot right now. He's managed to create a little bit of a gap to Alan Palacios. That was bumper to bumper just about a lap ago. They were rubbing fenders already, or bumpers.
Yeah, just as long as he keeps this pace, I think he just went past the carousel. He's about to enter the chicane. I think he's just as long as he doesn't make a mistake, he's got this one. It's a tight race, but he's got it.
He'll have to make a mistake at this point to be able to lose this race. And we don't want to put the commentator's curse on him. So let's just cheer him on until he gets to the finish line, because this is the final corner. Will he make it? Ian Rosales on the final lap.
Woo!
It's a nice clean exit. He's got his wipers on. I don't know if that's to celebrate or if there is some drizzle out there. Checkered flag is out. It's Ian Rosales from Alan Palacios, followed by, in third place, it is going to be Fabio Ide and Julia de Los Angeles in fourth place. Daniel Matsunaga takes fifth place, and then it is Alain Alzona in sixth place, should I say, sixth place. So it's Daniel in fifth place, and then Jay Lau 2 laps down in seventh.
Yeah, you can hear the people cheering. We still have Fervin Gurria and Romel Guevara.
Yes, those guys were only able to complete 2 and 4 laps respectively, so they're DNFs. But there's your top finishers right now. Congratulations to Ian Rosales, Alan Palacios, and Fabio Ide, our podium for the first promotional cup race for the day here at Vios Cup.
Whew, yeah, way
Very
to
exciting.
start
Great way to start
the
the day.
first race, right?
What a
You
great
know,
way.
It was pretty interesting in the beginning. People kind of settled in towards the middle, and obviously there were a lot of mid-grid battles. One of the highlights that we didn't catch was the one with Jay Lau and Alain Palacios. But near the end, there was a battle for first and there was a battle for third. That was quite exciting.
And I think, well, for me, it was Fabio Ide because he started in first, went down to sixth, and then finished in third. So a very eventful race for him. Maybe not exactly the result that he was going for, but you got to give him credit for salvaging what could have been a disaster of a race. We don't know what happened in the beginning there, why he lost the spots, but more importantly, we can point out is he got most of those spots back. It's still a podium finish. This is a long championship. This is not just a one-race thing. So you got to protect your championship. Every time you win a race, you get points, and there's a lot of other things to think of. So he can also remove ballast, add ballast. These are all the factors that you have to consider. The ballast is one of them. The season points are another one of them. So I think Fabio's in a good spot right now. Third, not so bad.
Yes, does the third person get ballast also?
Yes, they do up to third place, and I just have to double check with race control how much ballast goes where, but it's first and third.
Yeah, definitely it will be interesting because obviously he gets ballast, but Ian and Alan have more ballast.
More ballast for the next race. And then we, of course, have our reverse grid setup.
Oh.
So this really, and a lot of people always talk to us about this, and they say, why do you make it so complicated? I mean, why not just the fastest cars first? And, well, that's one way of doing it, but remember, the Vios Cup and the vision of the Vios Cup was always to train these drivers. So you want to throw them as many factors and obstacles that they have to think of. So once they get out there and they start racing for the GR racing series internationally, you know, they're prepared. You know, they've had to think about these things. Ballast, reverse grids. Why don't we take a look right now at the highlights of the promotional class, and for that we'll cross over and see what happened. Some of the main things for me were, like I said, Fabio will see the start, so let's check out these highlights. Okay, car number 44, that was Alan Palacios. And this was that smooth pass that we were talking about. Absolute textbook pass. I mean, does it get cleaner than that?
Beautiful pass that kept him at first.
And he stayed there the entire way. And then there's Ian Rosales in 69 as he crossed the line in first place there with his wipers on. That's either there's a few drops of rain or he's just waving to everybody. It's one way to wave.
That's the extension of waving for cars.
All right, so that will be considered a wave because I don't see anyone else with their wipers on. It's either that or it's a mad panic when you were like trying to get through the double A.
I wouldn't be surprised because that last turn you're pretty much flat out, and I think with these cars you are, and you're just flat out. And when you get to the exit of that turn, there's not much leeway to leave. It's either you make it or you're at the wall. So.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so let's do we have a courtside or a trackside report there from Jut? Because we'd love to hear what happened over there. And I know he's trackside right now. He's pit lane. So let's turn over to Jut. Jut, what have you got for us there?
Yeah, where all the action is.
Hey, James and Gabby, we're here trackside where the cars are about to enter scrutineering after that intense second race of the first leg of the Vios Cup. It was eventful, like you guys mentioned earlier, and in just a bit, we'll get to talk to some of the drivers. You guys captured all the moments and the highlights very, very well. We'll get a little bit more later on what J. Lau went through in that race, as well as Fabio Ida. Very interesting how, he had to battle, started the race at pole, but still, like you said, James, it was a very, very decent finish, especially a big improvement from his finish in yesterday's first race. And a lot of still yet to see here in the TGR Vios Cup 2022. We're here at leg 1. And like you guys mentioned, and like we introduced earlier, Darbs will be joining us later to get some of the emotions that we are getting from the fans. And we saw a lot of them were really on the edge of their seats for that second race of this first leg. And Darbs is just about ready to talk to some of the fans who are here. Darbs?
Thank you very much, Jut. Today, I am with a sibling. What's your name?
Norman.
And your sisters?
Paula.
Paula. Norman, what's the reason why you're here today? Who are you rooting for?
Actually, in general, I'm looking for a relaxed environment.
Okay.
So after the busy and toxic week of working,
Mhm.
I think this place is very good for a car enthusiast.
Yes.
To have to unwind and distress.
I see. So you have a lot of distressing to do. Anong dahilan? Bakit ka nandito? Sino ang dahilan kung bakit ka nandito?
Actually, last week I checked the Instagram of Miss Pauline Lopez.
Oh,
This
Pauline Lopez.
Taekwondo champion and celebrity racer. So I expect magkabangga kami or magkasalubong kami somewhere here and to have some
Pauline Lopez is already, I saw, undergoing training. Mabilis yon si Pauline. Handa ka na bang maiwan, Norman?
willing naman humabol.
I love that. I love that. By the way, Pauline, I've heard you are from Australia, tama ba?
Yes, I'm just here for a vacation. I'm from Sydney, Australia. So this is my first time to see a car racing event live. So I'm quite impressed of what I'm seeing so far. It's a great experience. Yes.
So, Pauline, may jowa ka. Paula, may jowa ka na ba dun sa Australia?
Wala pa.
Dito?
Wala pa din.
Wala pa rin. Oh, malay mo, di ba? Oo. Tapos kung sakaling makahanap ka dito, there might be a chance na mag-LDR kayo, long distance relationship. Katulad ng hybrid GR natin, pwede pang long distance yon. Pasok na pasok. Yep. So, basically, what are the things that you're expecting more from today's event, Norman?
I expect more entertaining race. Actually, tulad ng sister ko, first time ko rin umattend ng ganito. Pero matagal na rin kaming car enthusiast.
Sana makabangga mo si Paula. Hindi naman sa sasakyan, sa sa personal. May girlfriend ka na ba?
Yes.
May girlfriend ka na pala, tapos papaw-paw ka pa. Shoutout mo siya, baka magalit.
Yeah, disclaimer lang, no? I'm a avid fan and a follower of Pauline Lopez.
Pauline.
Pero shout out sa aking irog. Her name is Jelena. And I also want to greet all the doctors in Jose Reyes Memorial Medical Center.
Jelena, wag kang mag-alala, hindi siya mababangga ng kahit na sino kasi nandito lang siya sa tabi ko. Thank you very much. Back to you, James and Gab. No, back to Jot then.
Thank you, Darbs. We have the cars coming in right now in the pit lane after the race, and we are here with one of the cars who entered first. We are joined by Mr. Ian Rosales. Hi, sir.
Hello po.
Hi, Sir Ian. I saw you get out of that car, and there was a big smile on your face.
Yeah, it's my first time winning here.
There you go. Well, yesterday you were also on the podium, was standing on the second place, and parang you made sure that you were gonna stand on a steeper, a higher ground this time around.
Yeah, actually, I wasn't expecting a podium at all since I started 5th, and they gave me the additional weights and all. I just tasted in my mind that to have fun lang and the experience ko.
But you know that, I guess it was the last 2 laps that really was intense dahil you were building on your lead. Like James and Gabby said earlier, you weren't complacent when you were ahead of everyone. You were really building on that lead, but you got tough competition towards the end.
Yeah, actually, my plan was take the most positions I can in the first lap since I'm a bit heavy, then push all the way. Then at about lap 8 and 9, my tires started heating up. So I got to understeer at every corner na. So that's why Alan caught up with me.
But still, what was the game plan to still hold him off in those last 2 laps?
No, actually, since he's my teammate, if he's faster than me, I won't defend.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's real teamwork right there.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Well, we have Alan here. Let's call in Alan. There you go. That's teammate love right there. Brotherhood in that team. Alan.
Yeah!
Yeah, congratulations, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
And, well, Ian was talking about that final 2 lap, and he said if you were faster, he would have let you go, but you disagreed.
I tried to tap him at the back just to let him know that I was faster.
I'm here.
But he was lying. He was blocking all the time. But I still love that dude. He's really fast.
Well, it was a tremendous race for you as a team. You guys as a team.
It was a good 1-2 for Team Toyota Cebu. Woo! Go Visayas!
The Cebuanos representing here at the TGR Vios Cup 2022. And how sweet, it's always sweet to have a teammate or have yourself finish the race ahead of everyone, but to have a 1-2 unofficial yet, a provisional finish. How is it for Team Toyota Cebu?
So good. It's my first time racing in Vios Cup, and it feels so good. Yesterday was a teaser, and right now I'm really at home.
There you go. Well, we look forward to seeing you race a lot more and, put that pedal to the metal. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
There you go. Well, we have more racers with us. Now here with us, you guys called him earlier, the crush ng bayan, Mr. Fabio Ide, joining us. Hey, Fabio.
Hello.
Back on the track.
Yes.
This is your home now, huh?
It feels like home. It feels like family. It's my seventh year racing for the Toyota Gazoo Vios Cup. So it's just amazing feeling. Feel very grateful for the opportunity, especially for not being Filipino, pero to be able to represent the biggest motorsport in the country. So it's just like it's an honor, and every time I'm part of it, I just get goosebumps.
Yeah, Fabio.
Yeah.
We are of course joined by our friends James and Gabby, and they want to talk to you a bit about that race that you just went through, an intense one. James, Gabby.
Hello, Fabio.
Hello.
I can feel your high all the way to here.
Kamusta?
Okay naman, neighbor. How are you? We were a little concerned about what happened in the beginning there of the race.
So, nakakainis talaga, just to say that muna. So first of all, while I was parked there, yung kotse ko, siguro dahil yung position ng kotse, di ba? Yung pwesto ng kotse. The car keeps on moving konti lang. Kahit mabagal lang, it keeps on moving. So, I was afraid na to jump start. Di ba? Kasi it happened yesterday. So, I was like, pucha, I cannot let this happen. So, what I did was, I just pulled the handbrake. Tapos, pag nakita ko yung ilaw, fifth light na. Tapos pag sixth light, I'm like, oh my God. So, gas kagad. Pero syempre, own yung handbrake ko. So,
I feel
that. So, this is what happened. It was very unfortunate, but I learned from it. I was super masaya kanina kasi first time ko sa pole position. I was like, wow, this is how it feel. Walang kotse sa harap, di ba? Ang sarap ng buhay. Tapos, pagkatapos yung nangyari, ang hirap ng buhay kaya. I was like, oh my God, ano nangyari? Grabe. Pero okay naman, I was able to, get some good positions in the track, and I was able to get another 3-4 positions and end up third place. So, masaya ako. Congratulations, Alan, Ian. Galing nyo. Grabe yung bromance nyo, ha? Grabe, ha? May third race pa, ha? Congrats.
Yung hirap ng buhay here is the foreigner speaks better Tagalog than I do. And that's
Grabe.
grabe. Masakit yun. Ang hirap talaga ng buhay.
Hindi naman.
Thank you, Fabio.
Congratulations, Fabio, because if you can race like that to the podium with your handbrake up, I'm looking forward to the race when you have your handbrake down.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you, Fabio, for joining us. I know you
Thank you.
need to cool down a little bit. Go ahead and get some rest. You have more races to come.
Thank you so much, and let's have some fun today, guys. Thank you so much to everyone who came here to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabio. And Darbs, how are you doing up there?
Oh, great here, James. Super happy because, again, this is my first time accelerating yung race natin for today. And of course, so many takeaways. Kaso sayang, hindi nanalo yung manok ko from General Santos City, si Mr. Alzona. But better luck next time, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. And may mga races pa naman. Again, this is just the first leg of 3 legs of the Vios Cup. We are now actually preparing for the warm-up lap of the sporting and super sporting class. And James and Gabby, we'll turn it over back to you guys.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. It's great having these pit side and crowd side reporters. Thank you very much for all that. We're in the warm-up lap right now of the super sporting and sporting class. These are the best of the best, or the most experienced drivers that we have here today at the Vios Cup. So for those of you who are new to this and just watching the broadcast for the first time, what we normally do is we have a different categories so that we have a kind of a stepping stone for people to get into racing. We don't want to put them straight into like the super sporting class. And we can hear already the warm-up there on the other side.
Warming
so
up the tires.
let's take the cameras over there so we can see what's going on the racetrack. And this warm-up lap is basically to get, as the name suggests, warm your car up. You're warming the tires up.
You're warming the brakes. You're checking the steering.
Making sure your handbrake's not up. Sorry, no shade there, Fabio. Sorry.
But let's go to the grid, at first. And this, he was a champion. I'm not sure if last year or something.
Yes.
Yeah, Gerald Loy at number 99 leading the pack.
Followed by Brian Coe in 55.
And former teammate Red Diwa at 81.
And Daryl De Leon is our British driver, 16 years old.
Wow.
Youngest
so far.
Youngest. He's a little, I just clarify, he's a little younger than the one just right behind him.
Yeah, which is Inigo Anton. For those who are in racing, is very familiar with Inigo and his father.
Yes, and we have to drop the, we already dubbed him Inigo Young Gun Anton. But then now that Daryl's a little younger, we got to drop that name. So it's John Dizon in 6th place. That means he was the winner of the race yesterday.
And we have a Staple Lord Seno at number 7.
And then Miguel Quinones in car 45.
And then we have Roy Sarmiento.
We did tell you there are more female drivers, and Myla Olivia is one of them in 10th place.
The flag. And I think this is where, well, actually at 9th, I think, is where the sporting class starts. As we mentioned a while ago, we are bunching 2 different grids together, which is super sporting and sporting class. But what's fascinating about this is they're all battling it up all the way to the overall.
Yes, absolutely. Then we have, after Myla, we have Daryl and Eurogarbs. Brothers, right?
Yes. brothers competing against each other. It always gets interesting when brothers compete.
Yes, absolutely. And if you are here with us, then why don't you join the fun online by using our hashtags, the TGR Vios Cup 2022 or hashtag Toyota Gazoo Racing PH, and be part of the conversation online. It's always great to have you there. Once again, welcome. If you've just joined us here, we are broadcasting to you live from the Clark International Speedway, where we are bringing you the action trackside all the way to your devices, wherever you might be, and
Comforts of your home.
in the case of the people who made it here, to your seats where you are in the grandstand. It's the first time we've had a live crowd since 2019.
Whew. And this is it as they park into the main grid. Obviously, we still have Joaquin Garrido, and at the 13th spot, Troy Montero, ang crush ng bayan at 14th, and Elise Menorca.
All right, and then here in pole position, a very interesting, it's Jared in pole position right now. And what Fabio said about the car kind of creeping, I found that quite interesting, because I've never enjoyed pole position myself, so I don't know exactly what he's talking about with that. I have had the pleasure once of starting second, but that's on the inside line. I wonder what he's talking about. There's a camber or something. There's a bit of a...
There might be, or maybe when he went into the grid, it would start, you know, it was already starting to move, or he wasn't able to.
Yeah.
It gets tricky, but that really does happen, because these tracks, you look at it, it seems like it's flat. There's no such thing as a flat track, guys. You know, there's always even just a few degrees of camber, or you know, it's leaning forward or leaning back. There's always that.
And there's always
the green flag.
So much to think of, and that's what we cannot underestimate. Going through your mind right now, are you in the correct gear? Is your handbrake down? Is your aircon off? So many things as they come down the main straight, and they start the super sporting and the sporting class for this round of the Vios Cup. How are they going to enter that first corner? Always interesting to see how they do the math here when they're trying to get 4 or 5 cars wide into one. You know that the math just doesn't fit, so it's got to be the best of the best that are going to make it out of here. Jared Lloyd, car number 99, gets a very clean exit there. He's got a good run out of there.
Way to get an exit there. He actually had a very good start, all the way that slingshotted him to the racing line. Usually you'd have to go defensive because obviously you're in the outside lane, but he just got so much momentum, and you can see that everyone from second place all the way down, they were like 2 abreast. And they're just duking it out. Look at Jared, like, it looks like a nice Sunday drive. He has all that space for him.
Yes, and now what he's wise to do is to really build that gap while he has the gap, because when you're fighting it out there in second, third, fourth, and you're all as tight as they are there, it's going to slow you down a little bit. So make sure you build on that gap while you can, because it's terrible to be trying to race down here with all of these cars breathing down your neck, right on your rear bumper. Jared Lloyd's got the right idea, but he's a very experienced driver.
He's a very experienced driver, and he's had a few championships on his belt. And as you can see, you know, coming out of the hairpin turn right there, he used every single space needed. He was right on top of the rumble strip. Yeah, even a little past the rumble strip. And obviously, over here, just as long as you have 2 wheels in the track, you are fine.
Okay, so that is the rule, the 2 wheels. Once the 4 wheels exit the track, then it's what do you call that? There's a penalty for that. Yeah, exceeding the track limits, I think, is the official fine there, or the official charge there. And, well, Gerard is using about as much as he can before he gets that. He's right on the edge there. He's crossing, he's jumping the berms a little bit.
You could actually see that he's ignoring the water in between the berms and just hitting the berms and just trying to get that more space, you know, to create that bigger curve, so you can have that more momentum on it.
Yeah, and I think also Jared had his hair grow during the pandemic.
You know what? I was actually looking at him when we were introducing the grid a while ago. It's like, hey, Jared's not here. And he comes up with this long ponytail. Obviously, it's lockdown hair, which suits him. He's like this samurai thing going on.
Samurai thing going on. Okay, let's take a look at, this is interesting. Let's take a look at the gaps now. The gap that he was able to pull out was almost 3 seconds. that is kind of,
Wow.
that's blistering. For your opening lap to build up a 2.889 second gap, wow. Very, very impressive.
And he's not just driving with anyone. These are the best of the best. In Toyota Racing, Brian Cole also has had quite a few wins under his belt. Excuse me.
Yes, and then of course you have Inigo Anton, as you didn't finish saying, but a lot of people will, of course, if you are in the motorsports industry in the Philippines, it's impossible that you didn't hear of the Anton brothers. That Carlos and Mike. Carlos is the father of Inigo, and very, very supportive family. Very impressive how they support this kid in his racing. I also saw him doing an open formula racing in Sepang just last week, and so this kid is really going places, and the support that they show him is it's really cool, because they don't let him race until he gets a certain grade in school, and he is top of his class. At least the last time I checked. That's how much he loves. Yeah.
That's a very good incentive.
Mm-hmm.
So to the parents out there, you already know if your kid wants to race, this could be the way to get him to.
Yes, absolutely. And if you don't want your kids to get into drugs, get them into racing, because they'll have no money for anything else.
I can attest to that.
You see? Because every single cent will go into making you faster, and that's all you're really.
That's all that matters.
Yes, but here's that. I mean, that doesn't necessarily apply so much in the Vios Cup, because this is one of the magical formulas that they've come up here with this One Make series. It's not about money. Yes, of course, it does cost money to go racing. We make no secret about that, because it is. I mean, there's a lot involved in it. But they've capped the costs, and that's what makes it so incredible to drive, because when you cap the costs like that, you really know that you're pitting skill against skill and not checkbook against checkbook. And that can be a very demoralizing effect on the driver when they're not sure if they're leading or they're losing because of either the machinery they've got or the money they've got. With this, costs are all capped, so it's kept within reason, and nobody can outspend the other.
That definitely is true. When it comes to raw talent, having a one-make race is the best. It really owns the skill of the drivers, and that's what Gazoo Racing is all about. You know, learning from the team, learning from the driver, and then incorporating it to our everyday cars.
Yes, absolutely. It's like what they say, your greatest rival is your teammate. The reason that they say that is because you're in equal machinery and you have equal resources. Well, you could say that everyone here is a teammate because everyone's driving the same car, and it's all been prepared the same way. So there is a bit of a difference sometimes with teams in terms of just either coaching or support, but that's it. It's really machinery-wise, it's all pantay-pantay, as they say, and the rest you gotta stand out and shine just based on your own talent and merit.
Yep, it's all about skill, and obviously we would want to give justice and shine to the unsung heroes, which are the pit crews,
yes,
the team engineer, because a lot goes into the communication. A lot goes into the communication and feel, and they're the ones that handles the car. They're the ones that fix the car. So there is this unspoken true bond between driver and his pit crew. You know, they have to understand what he's saying, because no matter what, you may be the best driver out there, but if you have a pit crew and you can't communicate that to your pit crew, you can't advance the car. And if you can't advance the setup, that's already like, you know, putting, as you can say, ballasts in your feet.
And also the other unsung heroes of the Vios Cup, you know, we give always credit to the mechanics, to the pit crew, to all the service people, but there's also the scrutineers and there's also the marshals. These people are making... Ow! Did you see that? Okay.
Oh no, I looked at you when you said ow.
Okay.
I was gonna look there.
It was a 3-wheel race at one point.
Wow.
The car went up on 3 wheels right there. That was pretty... 2 wheels, I think, at one point. That was pretty impressive. He hit the berm really hard and the car flew. But, you know, this is
I'm
racing.
assuming it's chicane, right?
Yeah. I think it was a chicane, but it was a pretty... It was airborne there for a little while. at least 2 wheels were airborne.
Yeah, that's what's fascinating about racing. You're really just pushing it at the limit. You're right there, and it's just so easy to go over either either spit out. But as you can see, these are the creme de la creme. These are the really experienced drivers, and they would know how to handle cars like that, or how instances like that. As you can see, it was a great save. He got it back, and whichever that car is, he's still there.
He's still there, and I think
Yep.
he's still leading.
You know-
I thought that might be, could be mistaken. It looked like Jared Lloyd, but could be mistaken. But as Mario Andretti once said, and I thought it was a great quote, if you have everything under control, you're not going fast enough.
That is true. You know what? That really is true in racing. If you feel comfortable in the car, you're doing something wrong. You're a little slow somewhere. You have to feel that discomfort. And imagine feeling that for like 12. It's 12 laps, right?
This is a 12-lap race.
12 laps constantly. As soon as the red lights go out, it's there. You have to be pushing your limits, and that's what's fascinating about sprint races. It's not like any other race, you know. You're just there. It's overtime. It's not 90%. It's not 100%. It's like 110% out there.
Every single lap.
Every single time. And you're not just thinking about the stress of the car. You're not thinking about the G-force. And these cars can pack some Gs, you know, especially turning into turn 1, which I think would have the most Gs. It's pretty crazy that, you know, it's not just mental, it's physical, and also the heat in the Philippines, which I could say...
Wait. You got the heat in the Philippines, and then you got the heat in Pampanga. These are two different things.
Two different... And in the track...
Oh my gosh, yeah.
They say that you get like 10 degrees. It
Yes.
gets 10 degrees hotter always in the track because there's just nothing else but asphalt.
It can get exceptionally hot here at the racetrack. That's why we have to differentiate the Philippines from Clark. Because Clark,
Definitely.
especially the Clark International Speedway, and this is a bipolar racetrack, as we were saying in the intro, because, you know, it's raining 1 minute, it's hot the next minute. I want to see this, the gap. It was 2.933 seconds to Inigo Anton. It's 3.3 now. So Inigo Anton, we didn't get to see this on camera, but he's jumped up into second place. We were not able to see the overtaking maneuver, but good job to him. He's now in second place, but 3.3 behind the leader.
And you know what? All three, from Gerald Lloyd, Inigo Anton, and Red Diwa, which is our top 3 right now, are within 26 seconds. So they're doing 2:26 of like, basically Gerald and Red are doing 2:26's low, and Inigo is doing 2:26's mid. And that's like literally a snap right there. You know, when you snap your fingers, it might even take longer to snap your fingers. That's how close they are into lap times, which is amazing.
And we, just as a point of comparison, we were watching the promotional class, and they were 2 minutes 28 was one of the best laps there, correct?
Yes, 2 minutes 28. So
they were
like,
doing the 228s, and we're doing the low 226 here. Like we're breaking 220, almost breaking 225.
yes, so you can see already the experience there on that. And I would like to see, so Brian Coe actually started with, I think, second, and now he's all the way to fourth. It would be interesting to see the highlights on that, on what happened with him. But he's still there hanging into fourth, and what we say in racing, anything can happen.
And usually does, especially in the
Yes.
Vios Cup.
Especially in the last couple of laps, that's where it gets really exciting. For some weird reason, you think everyone's settled in, they're gonna finish at the same place, and boom, final 2 laps, everyone takes their mitts off, and it's all out racing.
Yes, absolutely. And look, we've got Gerald Lloyd. There's 4 laps in. I'm interested to see this battle. It's either between Red Diwa and Inigo Anton, or if Inigo can catch up to Gerald Lloyd, between Inigo and Jared. This is going to be very exciting because the gap between Red and Inigo is much closer. So we could be watching a swap in position there. But I say that also Inigo Anton's very, very difficult to pass. Some people say easier to pass a kidney stone.
No, that is not true, especially with Inigo. You know, I've raced with him in the endurance race last month. Early this month. And I've seen how he races. That boy's got skill.
Yes, what impresses me about Inigo is he's got skill. Skill can be learned. He's got maturity on the track.
That is true.
For his age, he's got a lot of patience, a lot of maturity. He's not erratic. These are not common traits that you see in a person of his age. But I guess that comes down to the level of experience and, of course, the coaching of his father.
It's all about the bloodline. This is the Anton dynasty. You know, the brothers have been a staple at the track. You know, Carlos, his father, has been training him, grooming him. He's actually also a good example of like how people learn with online, with computers. He has a good setup. He has a good rig. And you learn things, and how you adapt virtual into reality. Obviously, there's a big difference between the G-force and whatnot, but that learning theoretical practice on like learning the line, learning how to.
And Red Diva was able to take him. Wow!
Wow!
Wow! But look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Look at that! Look at that, Gab! Look at that bumper-to-bumper action! Wow! Is this heading to Akasha?
Yes, this heading to Akasha. Look how much
Oh! No, it's not going to
it's
stick. It's not
okay.
going to stick.
But he's going to have a better exit right
Yes,
there.
he will. He will.
Oh, there you can see
Oh,
it.
you have to tap the brake. I think you have to let off the gas for a second. Oh, this is going to be great. Please don't get off. Please keep the cameras on this battle. Look at it. He's going to come down the... Oh, no. He hasn't got enough. He hasn't got enough.
It's okay.
He's going to set it up for the double A, maybe.
I think it's going to be on the stretch of the first lap.
Yes, it will be on turn
the next
one.
lap. Yeah.
Yes.
I think he's stretching it out. Because sometimes it's hard. Yeah, you get the draft and you're right behind. But as soon as he's a little bit slower, you're going to have to like let go.
Yes, which I saw him do. He had to lift off at one point, and that kills your momentum. Just that little lift off, can really affect your... But watch this.
But you could already see at the double A, he's entering the double A. He exited the double A a lot better.
Okay, which means he's got a full kilometer of a straight here, and that's where it's going to pay dividends. See the exit of Inigo Anton, and watch that gap and see if it starts to close in as they head into turn number one. If our cameras can hear us, if our cameramen can hear us, let's go back to turn number one. I want to see Inigo Anton and Red Diva. Great action there. That's our leader, Jared Loy, as he comes into turn number one. Where is there?
We got a glimpse.
We got a
quite
glimpse.
Yet.
He's behind him still. I know that he hasn't passed him yet.
Okay.
Inigo's in the red car, in the car number 33.
Ooh, okay. He got a good exit at the corkscrew.
Wow.
It's going to be interesting, especially when you see two different racers duke it out for a couple of laps. You're going to see where the other racer has an advantage, where the other racer has his good points. So it'll be interesting how Inigo's calculating this in his head, where to overtake, because by now he's been with him for a full lap.
Yes,
so
because
he knows how Red drives.
And also, I mean, it is smart to kind of like, all right, you got 6 laps left, and you're Inigo Anton. You can afford to sort of, you don't have to be right on his bumper the whole time.
That is
Just be close enough that when he makes a mistake, you can take advantage of it, and then you start piling the pressure towards the last few laps. That's when you really can, unless of course he sees an opportunity. But this is what I was talking about with the patience. It's one thing to have skill at that age. That can be learned. The patience, the maturity, that is something that sets him apart, I believe. And we gotta also check out where is he? Daryl De Leon. Okay, it would be interesting to see what happened to Daryl, because Daryl was in the top 3. Inigo finished second yesterday. And it was John Dizon who won the race, 20 years old. Then it was Inigo, 16 years old. And then it was Daryl De Leon at 16 years old.
The young guns.
Yeah, so the 2 young guns. So actually those are the 3 youngest, I think, in this sporting class. So it'd be interesting to know, what happened to Daryl De Leon here? What happened? Why he's trailing back there? Is it a problem with his car? Did he have a problem in the race?
Well, if I'm looking at lap times right now, I mean, it's a 2:38, so definitely something must have happened.
Something happened.
It might have been a spin, or it might have been a collision. We don't know. Well, good thing Jutz is here, so he will let us know later.
Yep, absolutely. That's the benefit of having a pit lane reporter. You can actually ask questions and not just guess and assume what these people are thinking, we'll hear it straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak. Okay, let's check it out. Jared Loy is a 3.4-second gap now to Red Diwa. So the one who's benefiting from all of this is Gerald Loy.
Yep.
He's enjoying this battle. We got 4 laps left to go here. And Jared Loy is still leading this race. Inigo Anton and Red Diwa just swap places. So it's Red Diwa now in second place and Inigo Anton in third.
Yeah, the more that Red Diwa and Inigo battle it out, the better it is for Gerald, because obviously they will be, you know, gaining, not gaining, but adding on time with those defense strategies and those curvings. And it just pretty much gives Gerald all these free time and like clean air to make it all the way to the finish line. Because a while ago it was less than 3 seconds. Now we have 3.5, and it was just a matter of like 2 laps.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so let's just see how this unfolds with about 2/3 of the race down. We've got 4 laps to go, so just about 1/3 left in this race. Still plenty can happen, folks. It's one thing about the super sporting class, you just shouldn't blink, because these things can, we see it. We missed the first passing of Inigo Anton, and then, well, we got to see the second one. Who knows what's going to happen next with these 4 laps left.
And speaking of 4 laps left, Red is flying. He just broke into the 2.25, 25.9.
There you go, see?
So if he's keeping it at this pace, he is like a little more than 3 seconds down from Gerard, which is doing a 26.7 from his last lap time. I mean, that's a second ahead. So, but near probably the last lap, he would be on his tail, or maybe even sooner.
That's got to be very difficult, because Inigo was right behind him, and now he's a second faster. He's probably wondering, where is he finding this 1 second, you know? I mean,
yep.
What's going on? Unless, of course, there was a little bit of an incident on Inigo's 2:27. It's not his normal time. So I'm sure he's probably either just waiting to pounce, or he had a small little issue. But either way, as you said, he's an experienced racer. You've raced with him. You know that he's got plenty of tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, you know what? It's a lot of the factors come into play, especially when you're at the last set of the sprint race, wherein there's a lot of degradation. You know, your tires are hot, so obviously there's a lot more understeer. Your brakes are hot, so sometimes it doesn't bite as well. The reaction time, the physical exhaustion. So there's so much factors that come into play over here that it also, you need to adapt. You need to adapt on how your driving style is, and do you conserve or do you go for it? Do you go aggressive or not? So these are things that are all in their minds while pushing it at the very end. So
that's the thing. You're trying to make all these,
right?
you're all these things going through your mind while you're at absolute maximum pace.
Yep.
Like you're really pushing it. It's just, that's what makes this sport so great. It's because you're doing this at high speed. You're trying to make these calculations at 180 kilometers an hour or more sometimes, you know. With this Clark International Speedway, you should be able to get up to about anywhere in these cars, somewhere around 180 to 190.
Yep.
By the time you hit the first corner.
Probably, yeah. I believe so. I have yet to use these new bodies, but I mean, especially into the first corner, especially going up into that, you pack in a lot of G's. And speaking of, look at that, as Inigo Anton goes up 2 wheels.
Yeah.
From the chicane.
All right, but you know, I'm still a little worried about his lap times here at 2:27. That is almost 2 seconds off from Red Diva's time. So it's
it looks like it's either something happened to the car, because he was doing consistent 26s. I don't know if there was an incident that kind of disaligned the setup of the car, or there's just something happening, because it could be anywhere from transmission to there's so much issues that can happen
could be a handbrake.
Could be a handbrake. Could be Fabio over there with a remote control trying to
Or he could have just switched the aircon off. You don't know. You don't know. But you know, I mean, going back to that, I mean, look, we're not throwing shade at Fabio at all. We love Fabio.
We love you, Fabio.
We love you, Fabio. And Fabio is one of, I think, probably the only racer that can say that he's raced from season 1 until now.
Wow.
Can you imagine that? He's like our original.
That's all about dedication, right
Original, and he's been there every single season from the inaugural cup. So not even before we had season 1, he was part of this the celebration of. It was the inaugural cup. It was yeah, he's been there.
Yep.
And what I wanted to mention also, we didn't have enough time to begin when Fabio was explaining that about the handbrake. I mean, it's easy to kind of laugh being at home, go, ah, he left the hand. Well, you'd be surprised just how the things that seem very obvious when you've got 1,000 things in your mind and you're trying to make sure you're about to enter this race. This explains the rule about it's illegal to put your car into reverse on a racetrack. And it baffled me before. I was like, you know, sometimes you miss the starting line and you back up, and then you get a penalty for it. And I had to ask the race director about it, and I said, why is it like that? Why do they have to push the car? And he explained, because if you put it in reverse, it's one more thing you have to think of, and it's happened before, where you're at the racetrack, you reverse the car, you forget to take it out of reverse. Whoom, 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 whoom. The lights go out, everyone goes forward, and you go back. And this happened to me once, thankfully not in a race. We were doing a shoot, and the same thing happened. I can see what they mean. I made lampas, the starting line, I had to reverse it, and then I just, with so many things to think about, forgot to take it out of reverse. So
that's scary.
It's scary, I tell you what. When you're expecting to go forward and it goes back, well, thankfully there's nobody behind us and all that. But it's just, I wanted to tell the story to illustrate just how much there is to think about when you're in these race cars. So sometimes the most seemingly obvious ones get missed, like in the case of Fabio.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, well, we're talking about grid starts, and it's not just about like waiting for the red light to go off, and it's something that you. Well, okay. Before we get back to that, there's a lot of action. Let's just go back to the action right now. So that is Red Diva versus Inigo Anton.
No, I think he's Jared Loy. He's caught up to Jared Loy right now.
Oh, wow.
And what's really interesting is he's in the 225s and Jared's in the 227. So he has the pace right now with 2 laps to go. He definitely has the pace to overtake Jared Loy. But this is all in numbers, right?
Yes.
In reality, will he be able to get past him?
We don't know if something's wrong with Gerald's car, or Gerald was actually just, you know, whiling away his time and thinking that, oh, I have this big gap. That's what we could say. You could never be complacent, especially in sprint cars. You know, just a few turns, and that guy could be on your ass, as what we could see.
I think
right
it's going to
now.
happen, Gab. I think it's going to happen here. I think in Acacia, we might see a move. If not Acacia, because we got one more lap to go after this. So they're going to cross the line, and we're going to have a last lap. So Red D1, car 81, who is right there on the tail of car number 99, Jared Loy. Watch this space!
He's trying to go in, and Jared closes it for him. These are 2 really seasoned drivers. Now, obviously, we get to the chicane. He's going to breathe a little bit because there's nowhere to overtake over there. But he has to have a very good exit. If not, Red Diwa could just slingshot that off him.
Good news and bad news is, like you said, there is no real way to overtake in this complex over here, this sequence, so to speak. But the bad news is you can't do anything about how Red D was going to set this up and the exit. Because when you're trying to pass, you can block and all this. But now, Red's just timing it so that he has the exit here. Look how close he is there. And then measure that how close he is at the end of the straight. That's to see who got the better exit.
He's going to try to make a move here.
He's going to slip behind. He's got the backdraft, or the slipstream, should we say. So all these little things add up. Camera,
please.
Bring the camera.
Put it up front,
camera,
guys.
please go to turn 1.
Woo! Okay, a bit of the midfielders right here.
Okay,
there it is.
Oh!
No, not yet.
No!
Oh, he took it wide!
No.
He took it wide. Wow, gutsy move for Gerald Loy. boy trying to get into the race line.
Ah, that was tense.
Woo!
Okay, there's still he lost a bit of a he lost
Yeah,
some
that's
momentum there.
a pretty big gap because he did have to brake quite a lot for that, and he lost momentum because of that as well.
And you can see just by a little bit of a mistake like that, just a little bit of off, a little bit of momentum, and look at the gap now, it's massive. Again, this is racing. You know, every tenth of a second, every little mistake is amplified, especially if you're in even cars, because they're unforgiving like that. But we still have another opportunity as he comes into Akasha here. It does look a little far, to be honest. I mean, he's...
But it looks like he's gaining because it seems as if Red really has the pace.
Red does have the lap times to back up this, back it all up. But yeah, as we were talking about before, having the lap times and actually translating that into an overtake are two completely different things.
Completely different things.
Yeah, I mean, if we're having a mathematical competition, then easy, yeah, the numbers would add up. But this is not that.
Okay, so do we actually have one lap left, or is this the
This
last
is it.
lap?
This is it. When we enter here, we should see the checkered flag as they come off the last corner.
You know what? I think I'll give this to Gerald already. I think he has it.
Well,
unless you know,
he
does
needs
that,
a miracle. Put it this way, Red
Okay.
needs a miracle. Oh!
Okay. Well, let's see. Oh, Red came in really hot in the double A.
Yeah.
Let's see if he keeps that momentum. You'll never know. Never know on exit.
And then we have already Inigo and John are very close. Oh, see how... Wait, no, there's still a lap. Is it? Yes, there's still a lap. There's still a lap.
Final lap.
Okay, so this is
I
it.
have a feeling Red's gonna overtake on the first turn.
See, their checkered flag's getting ready.
I
but-
do hope, please put it in the first turn. It's done? Okay,
It's done,
okay.
it's done,
We have
it's done,
our
it's done.
winners.
Okay, we're waiting.
Woo!
All right, we got it. They
It
waved
is
that
done.
flag.
Amazing race.
Oh.
That kept us on our toes.
Yes, I was waiting for that flag to go in front of them. Okay, we saw it now. It's definitely, it's Jared Loy from Red Diva. Inigo Anton was able to hold the third spot against a very upcoming John Dizon who was really close behind him. That was another battle that was brewing out there. Then you got Brian Ko, Lord Senyo, Joaquin Garrido, Hero, and Garbus, and Myla Olivia, and Daryl Garbs, followed by Daryl De Leon, and then Roy Sarmiento, Troy Montero, Miguel Quinones, and Elise Menorca, who did 4 laps only. Wow! Whew! Okay.
What an exciting race.
We'd like to thank our sponsors, of course, for making this all possible. We've got Bridgestone,
Petron,
Brembo,
Denzo,
OMP,
Twazon Racing,
and AVT,
3M,
Rota,
My Toyota Wallet,
and Kinto One. Now we're going to, if you want to join our conversation online, use the hashtags TGR Vios Cup 2022 or hashtag
Toyota Gazoo Racing PH.
And that's the way you join our online conversation. It's always going to be great to have you on board there. The more voices, the better. And speaking of voices, we're going to be hearing from one of those voices from the pit lane very soon. I've got a lot of questions I want to ask. I basically want to know what happened everywhere, really.
Yeah, there was a lot of jumbled up. I specifically want to talk to Brian Cohen, like what happened. Obviously, we'd love to talk to Red and Gerard together, so it's more exciting.
Yes, of course. And but yeah, that was really challenging. We had Inigo was at one stage, he was doing very, very well, but Red was particularly quick today. He wasn't able to translate into a race win, but he was, I think you would probably find, if we go through records, he probably has the fastest lap of the race.
Yes, I think so too. And it was quite interesting because, you know, his pace was there. It was steady all throughout, all the way to the mid-race. And you get to the latter part, and he just like, it felt like an on switch where he just got his groove, understood the car better, and just got faster.
Yep, and that's the idea. That's the whole idea there of just keep on building on it and getting faster, keeping calm. And also we had Troy Montero. I want to know what happened also to him. He did have some problems with
Yes.
with his car yesterday,
And-
especially with the fogging up. But today there was no rain, so no fog. Okay, we're
Yes.
gonna check over into our pit lane reporter right now.
And I think we go towards the
Highlights.
highlights first.
Okay, let's check out the highlights first of the race, and then we will check in with our pit lane reporter, Jut Sulit. Okay, so this is car number. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. See,
There you
that's 2
go.
wheels, yeah. That's the one.
Damn,
That's
it's
the
not
one.
just 2 wheels. It's 2 wheels while sliding.
Yeah, I was. That's Jared Lloyd.
Damn, nice.
That's
Yeah.
the one where I said Gab, and you looked at me. I was like, no, look at the screen.
Perfect example of pushing it to the limit right there.
Yeah, or exactly with perfect example of target fixation. I said, Gab, look at that, and you looked at me. No, look at the screen. But at least we
So
got to see it
true.
in slow mo. Okay,
Oh,
this is
there
the
it is.
first attempt.
Ooh, that's where he slowed down a bit after that.
But yeah, his line was all off. As you could see, he had to really turn in, and he was already off. And it costs pretty much. Well, you don't want to say this because we're not in the cars, but it could have cost the lead. I mean, meaning getting the
Yes,
lead
yeah.
because he was so close, and then after that couldn't quite. But then he
Yeah,
gave.
it's a gamble.
It's a gamble. You never
racing's-
know.
Racing's a gamble. You know, it was a very deep cut into the corner, and Gerald really went wide. He was confident that he was going to take the turn. You know, he didn't take the racing line at all. I mean, he didn't take the defensive line at all. He went to the racing line, took that momentum, and that's what got him, you know, at least a couple of seconds ahead by the time this whole escapade ended.
Yes, absolutely. So plenty of thrills and spills and excitement in the super sporting and sporting class. This is just some of more of the action that you're going to be seeing later through the afternoon because we still have another promotional class to race, and we also have it to do all over again in the afternoon for the super sporting and sporting class. Remember, we're fighting for a championship here, not just a race weekend, so everything is measured towards winning a championship.
Yes, it's all about the long haul. You know, it's all about the races. It's all about consistency. Obviously, the podium winners will get ballasts of this, and it will change the way they race. So it really depends on how they're gonna alter their drive for it, how they're gonna adapt.
Sure, absolutely, and I always ask the racers each time, you know, what are the effects of the ballast, and they say it's very dramatic because again we're dealing with equal powered cars, so it's like carrying sometimes an extra passenger in the car, and that can be very, very tricky because 1/10 of a second could be the difference between first and third, or
Yes.
first and fourth even. So you can imagine what 50 kilos or 40 kilos or 20 kilos will do to a car. It really is like having an extra person in there.
And it's not just like a track that has one straightaway. We have a back straight also. And you know, with ballasts, it will take effect, especially at the top line.
But the other side of that, the flip side to the ballast is, and would you agree with this, when you have ballast and you're prepared for it, you can actually get a little bit more traction in the corner because of the weight?
It depends, yes.
Yeah?
Definitely.
You can use it to your advantage sometimes.
You can use that to your advantage. Though also having more weight near the end of the turn, you will have that. Oh.
But
wait.
you suffer in the straights.
Yes.
But let's hear it straight from the racer's mouth. And for that, we're going to cross over to Jut. Jut! Here's Jut over here. Hi, Jut. Sorry.
You good, James? Thank you. We just saw an awesome race, and we're here with the guy who finished in front of everyone. We're here with Gerard Loy. Gerard, congratulations. We'll let you get fixed for a bit. You know how it is when they get off of the cars. I mean, even the cars when they were lined up, some of the drivers when they were lined up for scrutineering, they were stepping out of their car. They were trying to get some air. It is pretty exhausting to be on that track. Gerard, first of all, congratulations on a fantastic race. You were flying for the earlier part, maybe 2/3, 3/5 of that first race, but then towards the end, Red was really on your tail, hinahabol ka na talaga. From your experience, we were seeing it as spectators, pero as the driver who was being put under pressure, talk to us about being there.
There's this lap na sa turn 1, nag-overshoot nag-late break. Hindi na kaya the next laps. Back out na sa braking.
Pero what were you trying to do nung nakikita mo na si Red na lumalapit na talaga?
Wala, hindi ko na tinitignan.
Oh, you were just focused on what was ahead. I'm sure you're very happy about it.
Alam ko nandun siya, pero I don't check the figures.
That's right. Well, congratulations again because yung unang part naman, talagang nakawala ka from everyone else.
Nagkaroon lang ng mga errors kasi nawala yung gap.
The humble guy that Gerard is. Fantastic race once again. And I know you need a breather. Thank you so much for giving us a few minutes. I'll just ask James and Gabby. They were really intrigued at how that race went. James, Gabby, do you have some questions for Gerard?
Well, I think Gerard's answered it
Yes.
for us. Though.
All right.
He wasn't looking at the back at all. But, how did you feel when you saw that Red was already, sneaking in, trying to overtake? Did you feel at least him breathing at the back of your neck? Or are you just total focus on in front?
That time, last 2 laps ata o last 3 laps. Yun, nakita ko sa mirror pero out of line siya kaya tuloy lang. Nakita ko nagkaroon ng gap after that turn.
That sounds like a man who was really focused on his goal, finishing first. Again, congratulations, Gerard. Well, there you have it. We see a lot more racers lining up here, and we'll get to talk to them in just a bit. But right now, here is a guy sharing a moment. Yes, Miss Elk, if we could invite Red Diwa to join us as well. Sabi ko kay Gerard kanina, congratulations on the fantastic race. I have to say the same with you. I know you wished you were able to get there in front of him, but still, sir, that was one heck of a race.
I was just lucky today. I was carrying without weight. I finished 4th yesterday, so I didn't have any ballast on my car. So at the start, I had a bad start. So I have to make through the cars in front of me. Clean
James,
race.
yeah, thank you, sir. James and Gabby are here. You also mentioned earlier you guys had some questions for Red.
Yes, Red. What happened there you got very, very close at one point to Jared Loy. I think it was in the chicane. I'm not sure which portion of the track, but you went offline. Was that?
I think that was the exit turn 3, basically. Yeah, the S of
What
turn
happened
3.
there?
I was following him for the last 2 laps, so I saw a gap in between. So I waited for my chance, but the gap closed, so I have to put on my brakes to avoid an accident.
Now, speaking about the weight ballast, Red, you're in a good position to explain the difference between driving with the ballast and without the ballast in the Vios Cup cars. How different is the handling, and how much do you have to adjust to that?
It's about 1 to 2 seconds lower per lap for 40 kilo ballast.
And so without that ballast now, do you actually drive thinking, okay, well, I mean, I know it might sound like a silly question, but do you drive thinking, okay, I'd rather finish 4th this time so I don't carry the ballast? Or do you just finish as high as you can all the time and let the team do the strategy?
The season is long, so I have to get more points as the race go on. So whatever is given to me, I'll get it.
So you're never thinking, okay, about weight and all that. You just, as high as you can go when you're racing, just finish in the highest possible level and let your team sort everything out.
Yes.
Okay.
Voice of a true racer right there.
Absolutely. Thank you, Red. He will try to get more points later on. We have race 3 coming up in the afternoon. And this time he shares a moment with a guy who also was breathing down his neck a little earlier in the race. Inigo Anton. Inigo, hi. And
hi, hello.
Great drive right there. And James was calling you earlier when we were introducing you guys. He said that your Young Gun moniker is about to get stolen. I think you showed on the track that, hey, that still belongs to me.
Well, it was pretty difficult, but it was an amazing race. Just glad to be back again. New season, new challenge, and of course, even quicker drivers. So it was a pretty tough race for me, starting P5 because of reverse grid. Was able to get up to 2nd place in the 2nd lap. But after that, after some collisions, the car was struggling a bit and I was struggling. So just had to just run my race and finish 3rd at the end.
Halfway through the race, though, you were 0.6 of a second behind Red, and it felt like you were really giving him a run for his money. At some point, though, he did build on that gap.
Yeah, it was pretty tough. After he passed me, I knew that maybe he's too quick. He's not in my race. I just gotta run my own race because John behind me in fourth was really catching me. So I didn't really wanna dice in battle because I could have even ended up like even lower. So just happy with the third place, but we'll see what's wrong with the car and hopefully we'll have a good race 3.
Absolutely, definitely. You still have one more race later on. We wish you good luck on that. Get some rest.
Thank you.
Why don't we take a look at some of that footage right now, Gab, because we have footage of Inigo and Red Diwa and how close it was. So let's take a look at that. Thanks so much, Judd. Appreciate everything. And we'll be checking in with you regularly. So don't go too far, okay?
Thank you, James.
Okay, let's see the playback.
Okay, there in the red car. Ironically, it's not Red Diwa in the red car. It's the other way around. It's Inigo, Young Gun, Anton. We're not going to take away his moniker. We were just teasing a little bit. Just because somebody's a little younger than him, he earned that moniker. But look at how close that is. That's a lot of confidence in your car and your ability.
Yeah, and also there has to be trust in the person in front of you as
Absolutely.
well. That you know that this person knows how to drive. He's not gonna break in the
check
middle
you.
middle of nowhere,
Yeah, that's always a worry. But yeah, like I said, this is a kind of trust and camaraderie that you build up in racing. I mean, you may be really fiercely competing with one another, but the respect is something else.
Yes.
When you share a patch of road at like 180, 200 kilometers an hour with the same person and you're gunning for, you build up a different rapport and a different respect. And we saw that there with that kind of confidence that they have, not just in the car, but like I said, with each other as well, and the respect that they have for each other.
Yes, I think that's why that.
But let's check out some more of the highlights because there were so many of them. So here we go. We got another one for you. Let's check this one out.
There's Inigo again.
Yes, and
Woo!
there we go, two-wheeling as well.
Pushing it to the limit right
Not
there.
quite as high as the one of Gerald Lloyd, but it's not a competition, folks. We're not trying to set a competition of who can two-wheel higher than the other guy. But you can see the strain that they put the cars through. And again, this is a testament to what we're talking about on why it relates to you. If these cars can suffer under these punishment and still keep on ticking, it tells you a lot about the cars that you buy in the showroom. This is the one we were talking about before. It's a good thing they didn't actually hit.
Actually,
The trajectory
Red
was looking
avoided
bad.
that quite well. As Gerald said, he knew that he still had the advantage. He was still ahead. Coming into that, not in the defensive line and just gutting it, that took sheer confidence.
And maturity, because
Yeah.
the Gran Turismo racer would have just bumped him out of the way. Your trajectory,
That
Red,
is
was...
true.
But no, he was
That is
disciplined enough
true.
to just like pull back. But discipline's one thing. We also got to give credit to the organization that puts the Vios Cup together because they are very consistent with the rules. They really are strict about touching or bumping. Even if it's not a big bump, they're training you to be better drivers all the time. So they do penalize things like that. So even if Red was a little hot-headed or immature, which he's not, he would be held back by the fact that the stewards and would be very, very strict about that.
Yes, definitely. If there are any incidents, and that's what's beautiful also with grassroots racing. You start with the promotional class and everything, and obviously, when you start, you're kind of like a hollow shell, just absorbing all these things. So foundation is key. Foundation really is what propels you forward. And if you don't have good foundation, and it's gonna go all haywire as you grow, you get up the ladder. And what Toyota does is that keeps this universal foundation that you could bring in, not just locally, but when you do decide to join in international events or international races, this is the type of driver that everyone is looking for.
Yes, and they're coming from the Toyota Vios Cup. Now you know where the training ground is, and the breeding ground is for the future champions. And speaking of future champions,
Yes.
why don't we meet those who made it to the top spot of the podium? Jut, what you got for us?
We are ready to award the winners of Race 2 of Leg 1 of the TGR Vios Cup 2022 in the promotional class. And of course, we start with our third placer. Driving car number 5, give it up for Fabio Ide! Fabio, it was, well, we spoke to you in depth already about that race that you had, but it must feel good standing on a podium.
Yeah, it feels amazing to be back in the podium again. This is just the second race for today, so we still have one more race to go, and hopefully I get to get a better position in the podiums next race. But it feels good to be back here, kahit sa third place. So congratulations again, Alan, Ian, and let's go. We still one more to go, but right now just celebrate. It's a new trophy, mabigat. Pure gold to eh, sabi nila eh. So masaya.
Congratulations, Fabio.
Thank you.
We call on our second placer, car number 44, Alan Palacios. Thank you. Warm round of applause, please, for Alan. Alan, it was a sweet 1 and 2. Of course, later we'll meet your teammate who's standing and on the number 1 podium, but that race must feel really good. And you were really celebrating when you got out of your car.
I was really celebrating. I didn't expect to get the whole shot on the first corner, but then, you know, it was a wonderful race. I enjoyed it a lot. Congratulations to Fabio and Ian. Both guys are so fast. I'm pretty honored to be standing in a podium with both of them.
But of course, there's a bigger goal ahead. How much are you going to push further to get higher on these podiums?
Definitely, I'm going to push.
We'll expect that. Congratulations once again, Alan. And now we give you our champion for the promotional class in race 2 of leg 1, car 69, Ian Rosales.
Thank you.
Let's give a hand for Ian. And Ian, yesterday in race 1 of leg 1, you were standing over there where Alan's standing. Now you got to the top of the pole.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. It's my first time being here on top. And I really am just thankful everybody is safe and everybody is doing the gentleman racing. And okay talaga yung experience. Good foundation.
Alam mo, for someone who's standing there for the first time, you look calm. Calm on the outside, but I know inside, you're really celebrating, huh?
No, I'm really nervous with this type of interview ba.
Race 3 coming up in a few hours. What should we expect from you?
Actually, to be honest, I'm pretty fulfilled right now. And I don't really give pressure to myself on race 3. I just hope everyone is safe. And maybe next leg again.
That's a sportsman right there. Give it up once again, please, for your winners in the promotional class in race 2 of leg 1 of the TGR Vios Cup 2022. Wow. I mean, those were 3 fantastic competitions that we just saw on the track here in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022. And we guarantee you that a lot more is to come. Later on, we'll have race 3 of leg 1. And leg 1 means there's a lot coming more in future weekends. We still have leg 2 and leg 3 in this season of the TGR Vios Cup. And as we mentioned earlier, we also have some autocross competitions. They're actually just about ready to start. We have our influencers and media, like you guys probably saw last year in the same TGR Vios Cup. And if you guys are cheering for someone, be it on the autocross or in the circuit racing, please do let us know if you're watching via live stream. We thank you. We thank you for tuning in. We hope you're enjoying the action that we're bringing to you. And please stay with us all the way till the afternoon as we keep the track busy here in Clark. Let us know what you think of the races so far. We started out today with the promotional class that we just awarded. And boy, it was fantastic. It was just a show of great talent. And in the sporting and super sporting class, there we really saw some professional driving skills with what I was absolutely impressed with is how much control they had over their cars. And at this point, we're just about ready to meet the winners of our Bridgestone Sporting class. First, we call on our third placer, car 76, Daryl Garbs. Congratulations, Daryl.
Thank you, thank you. Along with Jira, we really raced our hearts out today. Same result as yesterday tayo. Thank you, Lord, for a safe race.
Again, third placer is Daryl Garbs of your Petron Sporting class. Thank you, Daryl, and congratulations once again. We move on to calling our second placer. And Daryl already mentioned him earlier, his brother, car number son. Car number 21, I apologize. See, you don't notice the age difference, that's why. Car number 21, Giro Garbs. Giro sharing a win with your dad, both of you guys on the podium, is a special achievement, accomplishment for the family for sure.
Yeah, it happened yesterday, and we're very fortunate that it happened again today. We finished 2 and 3, father and son again. For sure, it's definitely something that we're gonna look back to in the coming years. But today, this is really happy podium what we have here, and also Joaquin, he drove really well today. I couldn't catch up to him. He's also my teammate in another series, and I'm really proud of him. Yeah.
Congratulations, Giro. And now, we move on to our champion in the Petron Sporting class in race 2 of leg 1. Car number 63, Joaquin Garrido. Joaquin, we're seeing the emotions through your facial expressions right now. Even though there are no tears, we know, you know how happy you are right now standing there.
Yeah, we basically started this race with 30 kilo of ballast. So as Red mentioned a while ago, it's about a second or two slower every lap. So we were just very fortunate to find the gap into turn 1 to get through most of the guys in Sporting and just catch and pull away.
You're standing there refreshed and looking every bit like a winner. But when you got out of your car, even before entering scrutineering, you were making a fan out of your hand. You were really exhausted after a tough race.
Yeah, with the ballast, obviously you get the car's heavier and you get slower. So I was racing with the windows up, and with this heat, I really can't do it. It's too hot.
Well, I'm sure it's worth it with you there, holding that trophy, holding that check, standing on that #1 podium. Once again, please give it up for your Petron Sporting class winners here in race 2. These guys are beasts on the track, and Joaquin lording over everyone, but like we mentioned, definitely something to celebrate for the family of the Garbs family. Once again, congratulations to our winners. We've already awarded 2 classes, the promotional class and the Petron Sporting class. We have one more up to award. We'll do that in just a bit. But hold on, and we still want to know how entertained you guys were from the races that we've seen so far. Let us know, please, in the comments. And for everyone standing in the grandstand here, sitting in the grandstand here in the Clark International Speedway, we hope that you guys are enjoying the action as well, because we love the fact that you guys are around and you joined us this weekend for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022. You know, the talent that we've seen on the track so far, it's so overwhelming. And just a quick story, I actually got to try the Toyota Racing School this past weekend. It's no joke to drive on that track. I mean, the car performs at its best, but it's not for everyone. It's difficult to control that car, and that's why I bow my head. I bow my head to all these incredible drivers, racers who we are blessed to see put on a show here, and we're almost ready to meet the winners in our next class. What a race that was. We did interview earlier two guys who were neck to neck in that race, especially as they crossed the finish line. It was as close as it could be, but it was definitely a treat to watch. Maybe not as much as a treat as it was for the competitors. But here we are. We know already who's taking those checks, those trophies, who are standing on the podium right now. It's gonna be the winners of the Bridgestone Super Sporting class. First introducing car 33, Inigo Anton. Inigo, you standing on the podium, whether it's 3, 2, or 1, has become quite a regular in the TGR Vios Cup.
Well, it's not, but it's not as easy as it seems. But I'm still happy that I'm on the podium. But hopefully next time try and reach that #1 spot. But of course, congratulations to Red and of course my fellow Baguio boy, Kuya Jet Loy. So it's just amazing that we're back here again, and yeah, hopefully next time I can make Bawi again.
I know you guys waited to be on this track for the TGR Vios Cup for a long time. Congratulations, Inigo. We move on to our second placer. Driving car number 81, Red Diwa. Red, it was a tough race for you. First, you were defending Inigo trying to catch up with you. That was the first half of the race. The second half of the race was you trying to catch up to Jet.
I had a bad start. I fell at 6th place, so I have to work on my way to 2nd place. Congrats to Inigo and Gerald. They drove really, really well.
Congratulations, and we wish you well in the future, in the coming races. Ready, everyone.
Thank you.
And now, our champion for the Bridgestone Super Sporting class in race 2 of leg 1 of the TGR Vios Cup 2022. Give it up for car number 99, Gerard Lloyd. Gerard, we spoke to you right after that intense race, and what you told us was you weren't worrying about the cars behind you. You were worrying about that finish line. You crossed it first, and now you're holding that plaque that says champion.
I hope the following races, nasa podium pa rin.
Well, like you said, marami pang races to come for you. You'll have one this afternoon. There's gonna be a challenge, having those ballasts on board. Gaano ka confident, in that race?
We'll see kasi reverse grid din kami this next race. So talagang hindi siya madali.
I know, and speaking of that na rin lang, hindi nga naging madali. Could you tell us lang, na you're standing there as the champion, pero gaano kahirap yung grind para matapos ng una in that race with these very talented racers standing beside you?
Siguro kailangan adjust lang ng adjust. Every lap, iba eh. Hindi mo magagayo first 3 laps mo sa last 3 laps. So, kailangan makapag-adapt din.
You adjusted very, very well. That's why you're standing there. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, for the winners of the Bridgestone Super Sporting class. All right, there you have it, the winners. For race 2, we had awarded the promotional class, the Petron Sporting class, and the Bridgestone Super Sporting class. But don't you worry, guys. Every one of you tuned in and joining us here in Clark. This is not the end of this Vios Cup race day because we have one more race. In all of those 3 classes later on, we also have the autocross for influencers and media happening right about now. We're bringing the action to you. And sit back. We got you, we promise. I'm joined by, of course, James Deacon, Gabby De La Merced, and Real Talk Darbs. And we couldn't be happier that you're with us and that we get to bring the action all the way from Clark to wherever you are at this point. It is time to turn it back over to James and Gabby.
Thank you so much, Jud. Wow, what a handful of winners we have there. All smiles all around.
Absolutely, and great to see them too. I mean, like father and son on the same podium. How cool is that, right?
Right,
I mean, how often does that happen? But happens over here. We see all sorts of things happening, and great way to start the weekend because this is race 2 now. So we had race 1 yesterday. Now we have race 2. Then there's race 3. So you can see how the whole weekend evolves. It's not just a one-time, big-time thing. These racers really have to stay focused for the entire weekend.
Yes, you know, it's not just like, oh, okay, let's do a harakiri move and go all out on the first race. You know, you have to think about the conserving of the car and everything, even the stamina of yourself. So it's gonna play out really interesting as the races progress, especially during these times. In the afternoon, it gets a lot cooler. The handling of the car changes. But before that, I think we have autocross, right?
Absolutely. This is a whole new format. Well, not that new. We already did it last year, but it's new for you.
It's new for me. It's the first time I'm ever going to experience it, so I'm quite excited about
yes, and we're now that this is the thing. One of the things that changed since you last joined us, Gab. Autocross is a great series because what we've done was put together a different level for beginners, and we wanted to bring in the influencers, the media, and we wanted to show them what it was all about, but keeping it in a very safe environment. That's always tricky because, well, at the heart of everything that Toyota does is safety. So they want to make sure that you have the Wakudogi experience without actually, you know, getting you out there unprepared. So the compromise was the autocross, and the autocross is basically you're racing against yourself on a clock, but you're racing also against other people, but just not wheel to wheel. So we do that in a gymkhana type of setup or a slalom. You'll see different cones set up, and these influencers and media will be battling it out. It's also very, very exciting because, you know, you're racing against, again, it's a clock, and you feel like, oh my gosh, how did you do this? How did you get that? How did you shave a second off? And because there's such little room for error, because the track is so short, it really does sort of train you to become a very disciplined driver. So I'm looking forward to that.
So when you were saying the track is so short, are they doing the short track or still?
No,
the
they're
big
doing
track?
the main, just
Oh,
the main, not even
wow,
the
okay.
whole of the main straight. They're doing, let's say, half of the main straight,
Okay.
and then you go up and down, and then there's a U-turn complex there, all through cones.
Interesting.
Yes, and so they reverse it. I haven't seen today's setup, but last time you basically you use half of the straight, and then part of the last corner, but you're going it the other way, and then
Okay.
you enter through the pit lane.
So
It's very
an
interesting.
all-out.
Well, you know what? How about this? What's better than me explaining it is we look at it. So let's check out the autocross. So here we're going to get some images very soon of the autocross. You see it there on the main straight. They're just going to be doing the slalom setup over there. And yeah, it's a race against time, race against each other. And we find the top 3. It's eliminations as well.
Oh, that's it's the one and only time you get to go on reverse with these cars.
Yes, this is a few exceptions where we can...
Yeah, go counterflow basically.
Yep, absolutely. But see how they set it up there. And it's a great way to get your feet wet, so to speak, with motorsport. Because a lot of people get very, very, worried, understandably. You're in a high-powered car, doing these things wheel to wheel. Of course, it's a lot to get used to. So this gets you used to not just the machinery, it gets you used to the idea of competition.
Interesting. So, okay, I don't know if that was the end, but was there a stop box? Do they include a stop box?
They include a stop box, yes.
Nice, okay.
So you have to also stop within that stop box. You also have to avoid the cones because the cones are like, they have this...
There's a penalty each
yes.
time.
Yeah, there's a penalty in time that you'll never be able to get back.
Yes.
So it's a kind of thing, call it, I hate to use the word, but almost a fatal error because if you hit the cone, trying to get, I think it's 2 seconds back in a thing where the difference is just a microsecond,
Yeah, that really hurts. It's all about maneuvering. Actually, I don't know if I've ever told you this. I started with slalom. I started with slalom
Oh yes,
and
I remember.
autocross.
I'm old enough to remember that.
Ouch. You know, that was just like a couple of years
I was
ago
there.
when I started.
I was a fan. I was Gab, notice me, notice me. But no,
Yeah.
all jokes aside, you can now really probably explain to the people just how important, because looking at it on camera may not seem as exciting as watching the wheel-to-wheel racing, but the discipline that you learn from something like this, because there's no margin of error, what does
Yes.
it teach you?
Well, definitely it teaches you, for one, learning the racing line, and especially when you're just starting, you're not used to the gravity changes, and obviously the doing it at a tight track like this gives you that safety wherein you're not going at these high speeds wherein mistake could be fatal or detrimental. You're into a really big crash. So you have these cones that could signify as errors, but instead of like getting a huge crash or like dent in your car, you just get a cone which signifies 2 seconds. I remember when I was starting racing and I was thinking about like what should we start with. I had no, because I came into racing literally with zero experience, never seen a track, never seen a race car, never met a race car driver. And
Wow.
I remember my father telling me that if you want to really race, why not start with slalom? Because circuit racing, you're only faster than the person behind you, or you're only as fast as the person in front of you. You know, whereas the beauty about autocross is it's timed. You're literally everyone is equal, except for maybe the car that they're using. But if it looks like they're also
Yeah, we're-
using the exact same car, they're sharing cars. So you're literally against time. You're either against your own time or the time of your competitor, which gives you a blank slate. So no one can say no. It's unless it rains or unless it gets sunnier. Those instances are very rare, since this is like maybe even less than 30 seconds. But with that, you could already understand the car on entry points, exit points, which is what you need. You can see over there, there's a quick slalom test. And a lot of people think, oh, an S is an S. You just need to curve your way around it. No, there's a way to tackle a chicane. There's a way to tackle S's, wherein you have to be beforehand, and even if there's one or two, it changes dramatically on where your entry point and exit point. Now that you're looking at the video right now, it just seems tight. But that small gap, even if that 1 foot gap over there, you could already use that to angle your car and how you want to enter or how you want to exit. And with this, you could carry on to what you do with the track. All of these are extensions of what you can do. And it's quite fascinating that they integrated this whole portion over here. That's why I think personally, I was quite impressed when I saw the promotional cars drive a while ago. There wasn't any incidents. It's very
Good
different
point.
from how it was before. And I was like, hey, they look pretty experienced and everything. And from what you said, they've been doing this since last year. This is that step up. This is that extra, buffer on training, on understanding how the car moves, and definitely translated to the race a while ago.
Would you also agree that it's part of the whole going slow before you can go fast
Yes.
process? Because a lot of times when you're learning and you're driving a race car, we tend to, there's two things I notice. It's either you're really slow because you're scared, or most people just drive too fast that they lose it, right?
Yes.
So it's very difficult to get somebody to just drive calmly and understand that sometimes going fast will end up making you go slow. What we mean by that is if you push too hard, you're going to scrub your tires, you're going to lose speed. It's very difficult to get that discipline Well, when you're going through a slalom, because it feels slow, because it's first and second gear,
Yes.
so you think, oh no, I can do this. I can. You're a newbie, but you're like, no, foot to the floor. That's it. Pedal to the metal. No, it's not about that. It's about discipline because you got to know when to pull off early so that you can make that turn. Because there's the margin of error so small. Every little mistake you get is amplified because we're only dealing with a 20-second lap time here.
Definitely. And speaking of like small tracks over here, the minute they like even just one stint of trying to go crazy on that,
Mhm.
you'll see it with your time. You really have to go slow with these. What's fascinating about slalom is you have to be extra smooth. Because when you're at the track, sometimes you could use momentum to take away that margin of error, so to speak. But with slalom, there's no forgiving,
That's what
you
I'm
know,
getting at.
being reckless. You have to be smooth no matter what. Because as soon as you overshoot something, there's no turning back. It's
Mhm.
either you hit a cone or you miss the mark completely. You don't get to enter a gate. So it really tones
just-
it down, especially if you have you know,
Mhm.
flying off nerves, and you're just like, oh no.
Teaching you patience, teaching you temperament, teaching you how to
Yes.
just calm down first. You got to calm down.
The wusa.
The wusa, yeah.
Wusa.
Because on an open track, it's easy. In this case, it says, yeah, just calm down. And by the way, big shout out to Danny Santiago, who is a legend in
Yes.
slalom, right?
He is actually my mentor. He is my first mentor. Quick, crazy story on how my first race
Go.
was in Ayala, Alabang. Was at the parking lot. I came out of nowhere with this beat up old Toyota Starlet. No windows, you know, no insulation. I had the battery right beside me, and they were like, who the hell is this kid that just came out of nowhere? Okay, they get Danny, and he's like, Danny, make sure she doesn't kill anyone. Okay, he gets in. Since I didn't have a seat, he was literally in between.
Oh, no.
Like foot, like,
No
like the
wonder
battery
he-
in the middle, and he was like hanging on to his dear life. And I was, are you sure you're okay? He's like, yeah, don't worry, just drive. So drove that thing. I think I lost power on the donut. So did a donut at the end of it. I don't know if his foot hit it or I just lost power, and that was it. That was the end of my drive. And that started our relationship. And I'm very thankful because he basically taught me my first skill. He gave me my foundation.
That's a great
Yeah.
story. No, it explains why he was like, when he saw you and he ran the other way, it was like, hey.
Yeah, he's like, oh no!
But no, I
Yeah.
couldn't resist without sending a shout out to Danny Santiago because actually, funnily enough, he was also arguably my first mentor too, at least in rally.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, because before I did circuit, my training ground for all circuit was TRS, so Tuason Racing. They brought me up from beginner to, well, I'm still a beginner. But
Trying
you know,
to be humble.
yeah, they brought me up. But Danny Santiago was my first, even before I met JP, I met Danny Santiago. And he taught me the basics of rally and stuff with Coach Vipisada. And so to see him here again, you know, it's great. It's great. So he's now also there with the young guns, the new blood, the fresh batch that we've got here. And again, this is a feeder series for later on. If they do well here, they move on into the promotional class.
Actually, if people want to learn, he would be the perfect example because he is not flashy with his moves. He's very fundamental. He's a fundamentalist in driving, but you would be surprised when he's done with the track. He is so smooth and fast. So you're just like, hey, you know, there are other people who are flashy. You can see they're trying to flick the car sideways and stuff like that. Him, no, he's a fundamentalist, and you just look at the time and say, how did you? And he makes it look so easy.
And that's another thing about the Vios Cup that a lot of people should know. If you're getting involved in it, you want to get involved in it, you're going to get the absolute best of the best minds and experience in the racing industry in the Philippines.
That is true.
We've got legends here. And a lot of them, these legends, are giving their advice and their time basically for free or for love of. You know, you're just surrounded by all this talent and all this experience. And everyone seems so, especially once they're retired, they're so happy to share. I mean, when I say
I
retire.
love how you suddenly
Yeah, well,
insert
you know.
the legends, then the
Because if they're racing against you, it's like, wait. I don't want to teach them everything.
no, but sure enough, yes, these people have a lot of wisdom under their
A
belts.
lot.
I mean, this isn't just like years of like racing. This is decades of racing, and what the beauty of experience is, it could never be theoretical. These are things that they learned the hard way, and they're bestowing upon you. So if you guys ever see them at the track or at the paddock, be sure to talk to them, and they'd more than love to share. That's the beauty and the sportsmanship of racing also, is that, because you have that kindred bond between you, knowing, like, because they're the only ones who more or less know how it's like. So there's this respect and camaraderie of, like, wanting to bestow things that they know.
Yeah, because there's that like-mindedness of just meeting people as crazy as you. Because if you got to be a little crazy to want to go racing, right?
That is very true.
But it's a special breed of person. Because I think just racing, like, unlike other sports, I mean, with respect to every sport out there, this is primal. Because it's man's primal need to get ahead of the other man. It's simple, right? You don't need to really understand anything. It's whoever the faster car was wins. And so that's something I think everyone can relate to. That's why everyone loves racing, especially the wheel-to-wheel racing, because you don't need to know anything about the rules to see two cars fighting.
Who has
who was better, who won.
That is true.
Right? And that's why it takes a special breed. But contrary to what some people think, it breeds responsibility rather than recklessness. Because if you've never raced before, a lot of people tell me, well, you're learning to go fast so that you can be reckless on the road. No, it's the complete opposite. One, you scratch the itch on the track, and you learn skills that you can take on the road that will make you a safer driver. I always bring this up every Vios Cup because I think it's a very important point. When you learn, and when you bring your kids especially into racing, you're teaching them discipline. You're teaching them a lot of life skills that they can use on the road. It's very, very rare, and it's shunned and frowned upon for racers to ever take it to the street. Even within the racing community. If you meet, I honestly, in all my years covering this, I think I've probably met one person that bragged about racing on the street, like a professional racer.
Yeah.
And everyone looks at you like, were you
doing that?
Well, you didn't get enough out there? And usually it's the person that doesn't do well on the track that's doing that.
That is true.
So when you get on the track, you realize there's a time and a place for everything. And everything has to have its, it's got to be safe. It's got to first be safe. And this is why we promote this, because it promotes a great mindset, too, for the road. I've certainly calmed down a lot since I started racing or covering racing, etc. Because you realize you got nothing left to prove out there on public roads. And if you really want to prove something, prove it here when they actually know you're racing.
That is when it actually counts.
When it counts,
right?
yeah.
When it actually counts. It's kind of like that whole martial art thing.
Yes.
Wax on, wax off.
Same thing, yeah.
Yeah, so we're in, a lot of people think that, sometimes, well, actually, it's already been debunked. People don't think that anymore. But there was this misconception back in the 80s and everything where, if you're a martial artist, maybe you like beating up people off the streets. No, it's actually, if you know that you have that skill set, you feel more responsible for it, with responsibility. With great power. With great power comes great responsibility. And that is true. And I could fully attest to one of the slowest people I know on the road are race car drivers.
Yeah.
Right? Because you let it all out. There's nothing. I remember when I started racing, and the days after the race, when you're just driving, there's nothing more beautiful than to feel other people pass you and not care.
You're not caring.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just so gratifying. It's like, just go. It feels good. Pass me.
Because
Man.
that's not going to happen on the track.
Yes, definitely. That's not going to happen on the track.
So when it's finally over, and ikaw muna. Then you have
Diba?
aircon.
Napakagalante ka pa.
Yeah, and what I particularly love, race cars are the same, but nothing will punctuate this point more than a go-kart. When you jump into a go-kart and then you jump in a car with suspension, going home, you're like, whoa, what is this?
Ang sarap. I feel so peppered.
Oh my gosh, it's like a waterbed. or a wet couch.
That is so true.
But we're only bringing this up because we're talking about the entry point into racing, and what we're watching here is the Autocross Challenge, which is an entry point to racing. And we'd like to welcome our media friends and our influencers who have joined us. And I've seen the influencers grow. A lot of the media, well, they're exposed already because there's most of them motoring media. But what I'm particularly impressed in are the influencers who weren't necessarily exposed to this world, who have really joined. They've grown. I've seen them grow in just 1 year. They're getting more confident. I see them taking it more and more seriously. In the
Yes.
beginning, I think some of them were probably, okay, it's just nice for pictures, etc. But then they realized, wait, teka, I got some skills pala. Oh, and I can get better at this.
That is true. You know, I was actually speaking to some of them a while ago. They actually, some of them bought their own helmets already. Carla
Yeah.
has her own helmet.
Is
I
that the
think
pink
Gino.
one?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you know, it's not. It may start as something as I want a different color. You want something, it's mine. But you know when you get into a new sport and you buy your own
You're investing
equipment,
now.
you're investing.
Yes.
And it may be in a conscious level, it may be in a subconscious level, but you investing that time already knows that you're gonna commit and you're gonna use it, and it brings it just changes the wiring in your brain and how you're
That's
looking
it.
at racing and how serious you want to get into it, you know. It may just be for this short period of time. It may be years from now I'll be seeing her at super sporting class. You know, you never know. But just getting into this entry level, and kudos to Toyota for opening it up for everyone to see, like everyone now watching this, there is access. If you do want to do this, there is a way, and they're bringing it to the people.
Yep. So by certainly, and also this is a great sport to be a spectator of. We mentioned before that this is the first time we brought in a live audience since 2019, and it's great to see people coming out, spending time. We had some interviews as well, and I thought that was interesting. Hearing some of the reasons that they're coming out, you know, after a toxic week, I think one guy said,
Yes.
to be able to just sit here and enjoy a shared passion, because it's hard to find cars that are racing. I mean, that's a difficult. You can see a basketball game almost everywhere. Almost every bar and guy's got one going on. But car racing is different. You know, we only have really, well, 2 full-size racetracks left in the country. And so this is one of them, and this is probably the most utilized one. So to be able to come and see it in person, smell it.
Oh, yes. That is something that I think all of you at home should experience at least once. Come over and smell the avgas.
Yeah?
No, I'm
Rubber.
serious. The rubber, the fumes, even the transmission oil. It's something that just curdles your body into, you know, it gets you pumping. And hearing the engine, because now, you could hear it from the, especially the takeoffs. You could hear it all the way from here. What more if you're in the grandstand? You feel it all the way to your chest.
Yes.
And that's what gets you pumped and excited.
Yes, absolutely. And just like say, hearing all of them in unison, right? Especially in the start.
Yeah.
Everyone's like around about 3,000 RPM or something, 3.5, measuring, making templada, because you don't want to go too, you can't go too high because you're going to squeal your wheels, you're going to spin tires and stuff. You got to get traction, and then all those nerves, and then it just, and then the lights go up. There's this controlled chirp, and then that tension of, what's going to happen? What's going to happen?
The most exciting part about racing is the start. Oh, wow. But that really is music to your ears. You know, when you hear all that simultaneous revving, it's kind of like a song.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Better than a song. It's a symphony.
Yeah.
It's a full orchestra.
Very well put. A symphony. Yeah. Then all those screeching tires.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
oh.
And
Have
then-
to see it in person.
Then, of course, the smells and stuff. And then, you know, we decorated with booths and stuff. So there's a lot for people to do. Our sponsors have stalls out there. So it's like a celebration of sport. It also feels like a very fiesta environment as well.
Definitely.
And, it's just being around like-minded people and getting off that energy. That energy here is just wonderful. I've always loved the energy in a racetrack because aside from all the fumes and the excitement and all that, everyone's got. If you have 10 people racing, there are 11 stories out there.
That is true. That is true.
Each one has their own stories, and there's the truth. What actually happened? Because how people remember. No, I was here. I was doing that with everyone. Every time, when you come back to the paddock and everyone's telling their stories and they're using their
own
hands,
viewpoints and everything. Yeah.
Exactly. And then you go to sleep thinking, how could I have shaved off that millisecond here? What if I downshifted here instead of here, or turned a little bit earlier or later?
That's a rabbit hole.
It's a rabbit hole, right?
Oh,
this is why
that's
they
a
say
rabbit hole.
there's no such thing as a perfect lap.
That is true. That is true. But it's crazy. And it's a perfect description on how you said it. 10 racers, 11 stories. I consider racing a race weekend. It's like K-drama meets action, right? It's exactly like that. And the beauty about it is like it is as intense on the track as it is off the track. And I'm not just talking about like maybe feuds or rivalries. I'm talking about how people are setting up the car condition, the upsets of like how to fix it or how to handle it. And I'm not even talking about the weather, the how James dubs it, the bipolar Clark weather out here. It's just so intense. There's just so much things to see and so much things to do, and everyone's just so friendly. Obviously, you're here with a common interest, a common goal, and you want to see the same things. That's why people are a lot more friendly. You can just come up and talk to someone, ask them how they're doing, and they will open up and they will share. And that's the beauty about being at the track. It's like, as soon as you step in, you're not an outsider, you're all one of us.
Yeah, one of us, exactly.
Yeah.
And these rivalries that you talk about, these rivalries go back to the 90s.
Oh, we're going there.
We're going there. It's a good thing.
Okay.
It's all a good thing, don't worry. But some of the teams here were racing against each other in the Corolla Cup of the 90s. Remember the Corolla Cup?
Oh, yes, I remember the Corolla Cup. I did get to join the Corolla Cup.
You did?
No, I
was
did
going to say,
not.
that's like that's
no,
90s now. I think it's still a little bit into 2000, 2001, stuff like that. But then, so some of these Toyota dealerships were fielding teams as well. And they're the same people are still there. So, I always mention this because I always find it very funny because sometimes you'd walk past the paddock and you'd be hearing them talking, right? And they're talking about this, blah, blah, and they're so intense. Like, I missed that. What are you talking about? No, not this race. In 1998, during the time when he cut me off. Wow, we're still there.
Hindi carries the cross pa rin.
Hindi pa naka-move on. Hindi pa. So they get him back. But that's it. It's always a perpetual, but it's all a healthy, very healthy
banter.
Very, because, these dealerships, we have Toyota Alabang, we have the Toyota Altis, we're also champions at one year. We had so many with the Avenger teams and Quezon Ave and all these different rivalries.
And all the way from Cebu.
And Cebu, yeah, exactly. We have Team Cebu. I love it when they win because there's always lechon and they always share. So thanks, guys. Go Team Cebu. But they always share. Avenger share too. But what I'm getting at is what's up for grabs here. They use as marketing, of course, because you can buy a Vios from any of these places, and it'll all be the same Vios, right?
Yes.
All made by Toyota Motor Philippines, which, by the way, is one of very few cars that is completely assembled here under the CARS program, which is why we should also support it, is it does drive our local economy as well. That aside, what you're buying from is a team. It's a team of Avengers. If you can have a choice to buy your Vios from a non-championship winning team or a championship winning team at the same price, where are you going, right?
Of course.
That's what's up for grabs here. Aside from bragging rights, they use that as their marketing because everyone wants to be part of a winning team.
That is true. That is true. I think it's great that Toyota has extended from Corolla all the way to the Vios Cup.
Yeah.
And it's that same intensity. I remember them talking. As I said, I wasn't around to experience that yet, but the way they would talk about it, the way that. Yeah. Okay, so we just got word that we are on to our last media guy, and up next would be our influencers. So if you guys are there and you have any favorites, give them a shout out. They will hear you from the grandstand.
And if they don't hear you from the grandstand, you can give them a shout out online.
Oh,
and
yes.
Use our hashtags.
Definitely, please use our hashtags.
The following.
Is TGR Vios Cup 2022 and hashtag Toyota Gazoo Racing PH.
That's a great way to greet them and support them.
Mm-hmm.
Use that hashtag, tag them at whoever it is, whether it's Dan Matsunaga, Dan Matsunaga or Fabio Ide or one of the influencers that you follow. Tag them. They'd love it. Imagine when they get out of the car and they see, wow, somebody's cheering me on. It's a great feeling.
And the moral support that you get from that, especially, with racing, it's as much a mental game as it is a physical game. So having those hashtags, they'll see it. It's there for life. It's on the internet, so it never goes away. So they'll see it when they get home or tomorrow when they check their messages or their feed, and it will give them that boost of confidence. And obviously, these people aren't just here for a one-time thing. They're here for the season. They want to get those points. They want to rack it up. They want to win.
I think it was Sir Jackie Stewart who said that a home race is worth 1 second a lap.
Ooh.
I don't know if he was just being, but you can imagine it gives you that extra bit of.
Yes, that is true.
And over here we had somebody here. I'm sure you remember Paulan Dumlao. Paulan Dumlao was, because he's from here, he's from the area, so he would bring Barangay Dumlao, we would call it. And Paulan was punching above his weight so many weekends. I mean, there was one weekend last year where I think he won 2 races as a fill-in driver. Like just, his driver didn't show up or something. He just jumped in the car, but because there was a home race advantage and Barangay Dumlao was cheering him on, he won both races. It was incredible. So if you do get a chance to cheer, just cheer. It's always great.
I think there are a few big groups, because I remember when we were just there at the grandstand a while ago. Yeah, at the opening, and I'm not sure which name it was, but they had like a bunch of orange flags, and they were cheering all the way from the 3rd floor, and they were pretty far. So I was like, hey, that's a big group right there. And that really is a boost of morale, because it's not just like, you're racing for yourself, or you're racing, you have a couple of friends looking over, but if you have that whole group and you have this responsibility, and it's a subconscious thing that comes into you that you have to prove to them, or you're carrying their flag, it just makes it much more meaningful, and you can get that, shave off that extra second.
Yep.
You'll never know.
Never know. That's what it's all about. Okay, so the Autocross Challenge is ongoing at the moment. I'm sorry we can't bring you much more details about who's racing, at what time, because we also don't have that information on us. But what we can tell you so far is that we are in the influencers category already, and it's a knockout system. So you basically are racing 2 at a time, and you'll see the car there on your, there's only one car that we can see. Then you'll see another car coming towards close to us. They'll start at the same time from 2 different stop boxes. They are equidistant. The the layout is exactly the same, but in reverse. So they will do 1 lap one way, 1 lap the other way, and then they will get the best time of that. The loser gets bumped out. And then they keep starting again. So nothing's cumulative here. By the time they get to the end, it's winner take all.
Oh, that's kind of interesting.
It's
kind of like a battle.
It's kind of, exactly, it's a battle. It's a pure battle. So you get knocked out. If you don't get knocked out, that's it. You live to see another day, and you could definitely get first place. It's unlike sort of traditional racing where you build up points. You got second in the, let's say you were doing top 10 and you got 7th in one race and then 4th in the next, and then they add all that up. No. Every time you race, it's a fresh slate for you.
Nice. Okay. Ooh, as we can see a few cones, I think 2 cones, plus 4 seconds over there. He or she was pretty fast already.
Yeah, well, maybe too
Kinda
fast.
hurst.
This is
This
kind
is
of what
what
we were
we were
talking
saying,
about. Yeah, it's learning how to temper yourself and how to go slow before you can go fast. It's a paradox. It's tricky. It sounds like an oxymoron, but it's very. There's a lot of wisdom there because first, before you can go fast. Oh, it's Gino.
Gino. Yeah, so he is sporting a brand new spanking helmet right now. So that may shave off a second right there. Right?
Yeah.
You know, as I said, it's a
I don't think
mental
so
sport.
because I had dinner with him last night.
Okay.
I saw him attack the buffet.
Oh.
Whatever advantage. No, I'm just kidding.
But you never know. He might have done quote unquote lightning this morning.
Reducing ballast.
Oh, and it's Carla as well. Carla is the other one that we were talking about that has that pink helmet.
Yes, I saw her. We were this morning as well in the VIP tent, and yeah, it's a pink one, right?
Yep.
Yeah, matching.
Girl power. Ooh.
Wow.
Gino's taking it in well. Oh, let's see. And he is clear.
That's a little too. Would you think that was a bit too wide, that circle?
You know, I thought he would hit the pylon, but he was clean.
Yeah, it was clean.
He's
pushing.
clean.
He's pushing.
I told
He
you it's the
doesn't want to lose to
helmets.
Carla.
It's the helmets.
And you can generally, although what they're going by is the actual stopwatch, you can get a pretty accurate gauge of who's winning by who gets the stopwatch first. Because again, they're equidistant, so they're a mirror of each other, like the Race of Champions do it.
Okay, that makes it more interesting for viewers at home.
Yeah, visually at least
So,
you have a peg. Yeah.
yes.
But yeah, at the end of the day, it'll still come down to the timers, and we can't really give you the timers. We don't have we don't have that access. But
you could already see it with the speed.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That means.
So that means she's done, right?
Yeah, they're done, and then they'll find out who gets bumped off. Then they bring in the next guys.
Well, I like how he's like warming up the tires right there.
Yeah, I wonder who this is. Let's see if we have a name on this. But yeah, slalom is definitely probably the grassest, rootest part of motor racing because even karting requires more, more equipment, more. You got to go to a track, etc. But this slalom is a great way if you want to just get your feet wet. Try it out. It's a great way to sort of see your skill set and all that, and then if you can be good here, you'll be good on the track later on. It's good fundamentals.
That is very true. I'm not quite sure if Danny still has his series, but his series goes around, I think, Luzon and Visayas. What's interesting about slalom or autocross is that you just need a small space. So usually it's done in parking lots or tight roads. And you could build a track off of that.
Yeah, just use a bunch of cones and that's it.
So a lot of now a perfect example of with what they're using. Technically, you would think of this as just one straight road because this is the straightaway of the grandstand, and now they've built a track within a track, literally.
Yes, that's right. A track within a track, and you'll see.
Oh, Bea just hit a cone. All right.
So frustrating.
But she was okay. She actually floored it a while ago. She was going pretty fast into the cones.
That
which
might
was, yes.
be her practice. I'm hoping it is because, like we were talking about earlier, one cone is pretty much game over.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to be blisteringly quick, like 2 seconds, 3 seconds faster than the rest of the field for you to still remain competitive after hitting a cone.
So you're allowed one practice?
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
You're allowed that one practice and 2 official runs.
Okay. Yeah, so it gets tricky over here, especially that you have a donut that you have to do, and especially with a donut. If you're going too fast with these things, there's gonna be understeer, and when you hit that understeer, there's no way of correcting anymore. You're gonna go straight to the cone.
Yes, or worse, there's like grass and barriers.
Yeah.
So you don't want that. So I've seen people hit reverse. Like they'll have to stop and reverse. That's game over already as well.
Game over.
So that's what we're talking about: discipline and just you gotta just temper yourself because it's too tempting. That's why I was mentioning with Gino. Do you think he was a little bit too much on that circle because it's you get a little bit of understeer, and all of a sudden that diameter just increases.
Yeah.
Of what should have been a tight circle is now a lot bigger because you're faster. But faster doesn't mean quicker.
That is
If that
true.
makes sense.
That is true. Though, you know what? Looking at Gino's lap, it looked pretty good to me, to be honest.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it looked
was
pretty
just,
good.
And then there's another thing where you have to. There's so much going on that you have to remember. Did you go around once or twice around the circle? You know, you're because they're
Yes, that is true.
yeah, I mean, like we had Mike Potenciano here racing. I don't know if it was last year, yeah. And Mike is one of our most seasoned drivers, and yet he was not able to finish because he missed the gate. Doesn't take anything away from his skill. He's still a great
Yes,
driver.
he's still the Mike
But
Potenciano.
just that,
Yeah.
and you get into and that's it. Game over.
Yeah.
Game over. You cannot recover
DNF.
from that. It's a DNF. And because there's just no, you have to memorize the track. You have to remember. Okay, sometimes they point the cones down to show the direction of which way you're supposed to enter the slalom. There's so much to think about.
It gets
It
confusing.
gets confusing.
I've had my fair share of DNFs.
Oh,
with,
yes,
with
in
this,
slaloms, for
with
sure.
slalom, and you know what's
It's
great
like a house
about
of mirrors. Remember
that,
those?
yeah, that is true. What's great about slalom is they may be doing it. It may be like this weekend. The next leg would be a totally different track, so you can't go on and say, "Oh, I have an
Yeah.
advantage because
Yeah.
I know the track layout." Whereas Clark, it doesn't change. This is it. When you're at a circuit race, this is the track, so it's like all about the fine points. Whereas you go to autocross or you go to a slalom race, it's literally a totally different track every single time. Even if we're using just the stretch all the time, it's always a different way of maneuvering things. It's always a different way of placing the cones. And if is Danny racing or is he the one
no,
instructing?
I believe he's organizing this.
Yeah, because I was just gonna
yeah.
say that's gonna be
Yeah,
a bit
fair.
of cheating.
Yeah,
right?
of course it would be.
Yeah. So and I've seen him do
It's like
track
JP
layouts.
Tuason racing
Yeah.
against.
So I've seen him do track layouts, and he's always gonna keep it interesting.
Yeah. I haven't had the pleasure of riding with Danny in a slalom yet, but I'm sure. You say he's as smooth as that.
Yeah,
obviously
he's
he's been
a-
doing
he's
it
a
for
smooth guy.
so long, but great. Okay, so we have our influencers still battling it out. This is going to get a lot more tense towards the end of the day because they're going to come down to the top 4.
Okay.
And when the top 4 come out, it's just one event and that's it. So they will race for second, third.
Oh, so it's just literally shotgun style,
Yeah.
like elimination.
Elimination.
So there's no 2 rounds.
No more,
3
yeah.
rounds.
So
oh.
the end part gets very exciting because it's winner take all already. You know?
Nice. So, okay, what happens? So, this is the first run, basically.
Yes.
And then we get the winners of all of this pool and challenge to the next autocross.
Yeah,
right?
so they're reducing, I think,
Oh, fun.
8 down to 4.
Okay.
And this exercise is to get, let's say, 8 or 12 down to 4.
Okay, down to 4, then it'll be battling for the final 2, right?
Well, it's really, you'll get a first, second, third, and then the fourth just gets like Salimpusa rights.
Okay.
To say,
Wait,
I
but-
was there when they all went down, but yeah, they're
Nice,
basically podium will be 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, and 3. Okay.
Yeah, and
All right.
so one guy goes home empty-handed. Ouch, really.
Ouch. And you know what? Out of all the positions you could be in, 4th honestly hurts the most.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Dead last is kind of.
Okay, yeah, dead last is,
Yeah.
blow in the gut. But
I think the
you know,
motivation to be
4th,
first
oh,
is as strong as the motivation to not be last.
it's like for me, 4th is like dangling a carrot on a stick. It's there. You've almost reached it, but not. So it's kind of bittersweet in a sense that,
Or you
oh
get
yeah,
to come
you've
up
gotten
and
yeah.
we'll let you smell the buffet, but you can't take anything.
Yeah, you're just like, ah.
All right, so we would like to, of course, thank the following people who have made
Oh,
this
yes.
all possible, because without them, we would just simply be, this would be a video game. We would like to thank for the 2022 Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup is brought to you in cooperation with Bridgestone,
Petron,
together with our other sponsors, Brembo,
Denso,
OMP,
Tuason Racing,
ABT,
3M,
Rota,
My Toyota Wallet,
and Kinto One. Another interesting thing about the sponsors is almost every single sponsor has been here since day one.
Yes. That's why when I started reading the names, I was like, hey, I know all these
All
people.
of them, they have not changed.
Galing.
So you got Bridgestone from the very beginning. You got Petron from the very beginning. Brembo, Denso, OMP, Tuason Racing, AVT, 3M, and Rota, all from day one.
Yep.
And what's also another interesting point about our sponsors is it's not it's not a money grab, or it's not okay, here, help us put together an event, give us your checkbook. These are technical sponsors, as you notice. Bridgestone provide all the tires as well. Petron provide all the fuel. Also, Brembo are all the brakes, and everyone has something that they're actually contributing. So they're technical sponsors, and they are all sharing the same values at Toyota.
And you know what I found fascinating about it, with the earlier series, when I went, like, when did I start with you guys? I think 2018 or 2017. Was that how invested they were on it? They were all here. They knew the racers. They knew it's not something wherein, like, yeah, we'll give you our parts, or we'll give you what you need, or X deal and a bit of cash thrown in there. No, they want to see where their products go or how it's being used.
Yes.
They're invested on the racers. They're invested on the car. They're invested on the series. And I think that's the reason why they've been here from the very beginning. Because you cannot, keep that type of relationship when it's just in a superficial basis.
No, you can't. And also, Toyota don't just partner with anybody. They will only partner with people who share their values and who are also leaders in their field. They're not going to go with the second and the thirds and the fourths and the fifths. It's leaders in their field. Bridgestone, Petron, Brembo, Denso, OMP. These guys are all, top of what they do. So here we are with the Autocross Challenge. We're in the semifinals round. This will continue all the way until the end of the day. But right now we're doing an elimination knockout format. And then we also will get back into racing. We have promotional class still up later on, as well as sporting, super sporting.
So I just heard.
What's the beliefs?
That we are on to our semifinals. So they are going straight to the semifinals.
Oh, okay. So we're
which is happening, I think, right now.
Very, very good. Okay, so a little bit more to watch. And then we do have, like I said, a couple more rounds for the Vios Cup, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup. They will be racing wheel to wheel again after this. But right now, let's focus on the semifinal round of this Autocross Challenge.
Yes, as the plot thickens.
Yes, it certainly does. Okay. And what is the weather out there? Looks pretty. It's not as hot as it normally has.
It's not as hot, so there is still a lot of chance of rain. As I said a while ago, when we were out there at near the grandstand, I saw a bit of clouds. Then it became extremely sunny. But just like 2 hours before that, it was like drizzling a bit. So I guess we could really. It's a testament to how you say the Clark is very much bipolar.
Yes, it is. It is certainly one of those bipolar racetracks, and we've seen like it get from sunny to like a hard downpour in the middle of a race.
Yeah. Oh, that's what
That's
happened
really-
in our last race. The whole time, forecast was rain, and then during the whole, it was a 12-hour race. It was an endurance race, and it was just hella sunny till the last 30 minutes, wherein it was just a downpour.
and those downpours can be really like we were talking about Troy Montero's race yesterday. His problem yesterday was he didn't have the anti-fog.
Oh no!
Yeah,
Oh,
so
that gets crazy.
it's crazy. So he was driving like through an armored car with just the one
Yeah.
swipe that he kept,
Oh.
and he said it was just too dangerous. At one point, he finished last.
And a lot of people think that races, you get comfy because you're in a seat, not unlike other types of sports wherein you're running and everything. You have to consider that most of the time, at least with the Toyota Vios, you have the option and comfort of turning on your air conditioning. But if you do turn on your air conditioning, you have that split-second disadvantage wherein you're just like 1/10 or even less than 1/10 of a second slower than everyone else just because of that air conditioning. So a lot of the racers, especially the racers in the super sporting class, opt not to use it. And aside from that, you have this 3-piece layer suit. And it's not just like wearing a jacket or wearing like thick pants, like something like corduroy or something. No, this is like
Fireproof.
a fireproof suit. So you're like in this sauna feeling suit with gloves covered, balaclava, a helmet that weighs pretty much almost like your head.
But it weighs like 3 times your head or twice your head on a corner, right?
Yep.
Because of the
yeah,
G-force.
because depending on the track and depending on the car, you could get pretty crazy G's. I mean, F1 right now is hitting what 6, 7, which is crazy.
Yeah,
before it was just 5.
Yeah, well, they're doing because they're going faster and faster now.
Yeah, they're going faster and faster, and that's why there's been this growing concern on track limits and that runoffs aren't safe anymore. So they've been trying to reconfiguring every so often,
up to 7
as
Gs.
cars get faster,
Wow.
they need to. Dude, think
And
about that.
this has come to light. A lot of people are now aware of it because of Top Gun. Because
Yes.
they explained this, right?
Yep.
Have you seen it?
No, not the new one, but I
Gab.
did watch the old one
Gab.
again recently. I haven't cried, but I do want to see it. I remember. Do you remember the Johnny Walker commercial?
Which one?
Ages ago, the one with Kimi Räikkönen, wherein he's walking down. He has that Top Gun feel. He was in like one of those boats. What do you call that? Those boats where planes can land.
Okay, like an
Where
aircraft carrier.
Aircraft carrier boats. And I remember saying like, it starts off with going like when you take off and land an aircraft, it hits like around 5 Gs. And the next you see Kimi walking, and it's like a race car driver does it almost every turn. And I was like, whoa! That blew me away. It's like, yeah, that's my mantra right there.
Well, no spoilers in case you haven't watched Top Gun out there and you're listening. They just talk a lot about the G's and the G forces, and they explain it and illustrate it quite well. So if you want to understand it in a very entertaining fashion, just watch Top Gun, the latest one. They'll explain. But they go up to, I think, in the movie 9 Gs. I don't know if that's legit or not, but it's still.
Yeah, that's pretty intense.
That's intense. That's where people pass out. You normally, even trained humans normally pass out at that.
Yeah, 9 Gs.
9
I
Gs,
can't even.
Sustained, because you can hit. I think Ralph Schumacher hit something like 70 something Gs in an impact.
Yeah.
But that's different. That's a one-off. Pack. You hit the wall.
Yeah, in an impact.
But a sustained 5G or a sustained. Even a 5G sounds like not much because we're talking about 9, but a sustained 5G is just
no
joke.
That's already like pulling your body weight on your neck.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
I remember when people used to ask me, it's like, hey, what's the difference about racing and like working out for a race and working out for a different sport? And I always told them, it's really the G's. It's always it's the core and the G's that are different. And I remember I had this own contraption because you can't really find these things like work out the neck. No one works out the neck, you know, at the gym. And I had this contraption, and you stick it on with the
This
the
is the
weights.
rubber band, right? Is
No,
it?
no. I stuck it on with those like the weights that go up.
Okay.
What do you call
okay.
those things?
Well, no, do I
Anyway.
look like I go to the gym?
But anyway, one of those machines wherein like the weight lifts up and you can put
Okay.
it like 10 kilos, 20
Okay.
kilos, and I like 10 pounds, 20 pounds. I think my most I was doing like 40 plus on my neck.
Oh man.
Just to get, and I would still crack sometimes depending on the track, depending on the car, depending on the G's. You know, you're on your like last 3 laps and you're just like holding your neck and you're frustrated because when your body physically can't handle the G's, you cannot press on the gas anymore. You literally have your body holding you because you can't take the G's, and it's one of the most frustrating things to feel ever.
And you're talking about the training, like it's so hard to do it, and you're in an air-conditioned gym with, you know, everything
Yeah,
controlled.
everything.
You're not in a movie. Your gym's not traveling at 200 kilometers an hour.
That is true.
So you got to do this at 200 kilometers an hour with heat,
Mhm.
especially here in the Philippines and Clark. You get that heat. One of our race winners was talking about it. I'm not sure if it was Gerard who mentioned it earlier. I'm talking about the heat. It was just too much to. Because he was carrying ballast. So he put his
yes.
windows all the way up just to make sure that he didn't, he got any advantage he could get, but he said he couldn't take it anymore because the heat, there's just no airflow coming in through the car. Of course, you're not using your air conditioner because you will lose some power.
Yeah, you know what? A lot of people talk about it, especially the foreigners when they come here to race and they're thinking, oh yeah, Philippines, it'll be fun, it's a new track. And
It'll be
some
fun,
of
they
them,
said.
you know, almost like pass out.
Yeah.
Because they take it for granted. They're like, oh, it's just like any other Asian country. But the heat over here, heat in the Philippines is already bad. Heat in Clark in particular puts it up by like 10 degrees higher.
Mm-hmm. It's like how Sepang is to a lot of drivers.
Yes,
they
that
find
is
that
true.
that's a sauna.
Mhm.
But anyway, it's all part of the fitness. What are some of the other exercises that you need to go through? Because aside from the G-force that you talked us through, okay, sorry, we had to break there for a little while because we had an announcement. We are done with the semifinal round. We're into the GT
Cup. Autocross.
Autocross
Semifinals.
Okay.
Okay. Woo.
So we're almost there. So what are some of the other exercises that you need? Because you need some cardio, I'm sure, to
Yeah, definitely. There's
survive the heat.
stamina is a really big thing. Well, if you're talking about muscle points, back is very important aside from the neck. Back, the shoulders. I remember what I used to do was get one of those round weights, maybe 5 pounds, 10 pounds, depending on how strong you are. As you noticed, it's been a while since I've been to the gym. And just like lift that up and close your eyes and envision the track. And you're just like mimicking the turns
okay,
and
yeah.
everything. I found that a very good exercise. And it's also brain conditioning. What's quite fascinating also about racing is it's not just physical, but you also really have to train your eye because peripheral vision, I think, is very important. Now, a woman's peripheral vision technically is 20% better than men.
Wow.
Yes.
Why does that not surprise me though? Because you do see a lot of more things than we do.
I felt so much layers in that
Yeah,
one sentence.
you can feel
right
my
there.
biting of my tongue.
But anyway, so it would be good. I know that before it was very hard to find like training conditions or training apps or games that could condition your eyesight. Now there
Oh
are.
yeah, now there's a lot, right?
Now
Those
there's a lot where
yeah.
you could tap and
Yeah.
everything. Before I was just using it with like sheets of paper. I would put left and right and try to, know where you're focusing on. If you could still see this, if you could still see that, bring things up and down. Very manual, very caveman-like.
Okay, well, you know what's more
gadgets
caveman?
are.
My panahon, we used to do that with, I don't know if you heard of whack-a-mole.
Oh, I love whack-a-mole.
Whack-a-mole was our training for that.
Ang sarap naman
Oh,
nun,
diba?
whack-a-mole.
Never gets old.
And in the end, wherein they all go crazy.
Yeah, yeah, that's how it's our coordination and peripheral training.
Ooh, okay. The reason why we stopped talking right now, someone brought sweets.
Sweets. Bring them, share them.
Yes. We need to keep the adrenaline going.
Yes, it's a sugar rush right now.
You know what? I just putting it back out there. You could see the difference now with the semifinals on how the difference on how they're attacking the turns, how they're coming into the chicanes. You could see that they're a lot faster than the sets of people that we've been seeing. So it'll be interesting seeing who made it to this round.
Yes, and now this is it's the semi-final round, and we still have more wheel-to-wheel racing coming up. So if you're into that, stick around. Share this broadcast with your friends if you want, just to something to watch. It's a very we got so much still left in store, and I can't wait to see what happens in the last two races.
Yes, please share the love, and I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but usually it's the last race wherein all the action happens.
Yep. Because a lot of times they feel also there's a little science behind that, or at least I'll insert a little science behind that. They feel that's it. By the end of this race, they don't have to preserve the car because the car will be practically overhauled, or not the one overhauled, but tires will be fresh the next round. The mechanics get to work on it. Whereas in the first few races, you're still like, wait, the day's not ended, the day's not ended. So on the last race, you're right. There's some science behind it being the most fun race because they're like, this is it. It's like if you're watching, let's say, boxing or UFC on the final round, if you don't know who's going to win, right? It might go to the judges. That's when they go give it their all.
Yep. Come
Don't
with
leave it in the hands of the judges.
Final dive.
Yeah. Okay, so we are still with our influencers, I believe, in this one. And GT Cup, sorry.
GT Cup.
The GT Cup. And this series has, like I said, been pretty... The last two participants for the GT Cup.
Ooh, getting exciting.
Wow, look at that. Yeah. A lot cleaner, you can see. It looks a lot faster. A lot more controlled. That's what we're watching right now it'd be great to know who's driving this because
Beautifully done.
look how close they are. That's exactly what I wanted to show you, how you can't really tell who won that one. Good, right? If you happen to be at the track, you should try the chocolate cake. It's deadly.
Yeah, and if you happen to be at the buffet,
Bring some here.
Yes, bring some here.
Bring some more. God, it's good.
Oh man, they had paella.
Yeah.
At the buffet. Oh my
Telling
gosh.
you, we're not roughing it up too much over here. I mean, this is why we invite people to come over. It's a lot of fun. It's a great experience.
That is true. It's a party on itself. Back door.
And we have big screens as well, so people can enjoy the races, watching the big screens. They can hear the broadcast from wherever they are throughout the track, hang out. They can get the best of both worlds by hearing it and also hanging over and seeing the cars in the flesh, or the metal, should I say.
Yeah.
Okay, so still a lot to get through as we go through the finals of the semi-final rounds of the Autocross Challenge. I'm James Deacon. With me is Gabby De La Merced. We'll be here till the end of the day. We'll be racing for as long as there's light.
Yes, indeed.
That's normally our cutoff, is that, but we normally get wrapped up even before then. But sometimes with these events can go long. I noticed we had about 24 drivers, 23 drivers. Did I count correctly earlier? That's a lot of drivers
That's
for
a lot
one
of
make
drivers,
series.
yeah.
I remember at its peak before the pandemic. Obviously, the pandemic changed a lot of things, but before the pandemic, we had something like 38 or something
Yeah.
like that.
And I think even with the older cars,
Yeah.
I remember doing one with 68.
68.
That's the biggest grid, I think.
In the history, I think, of
Yeah,
Philippine
of the
motorsport.
Philippines. Hands down. Hands down.
Yeah, especially for a one-make race. I mean,
Yes.
that was something else. But still, coming out of the pandemic, to field, a 23-car race of a
Is-
one-make series is what an achievement.
It's a big feat. And what I find beautiful about with what Toyota is doing is that this bringing it to you at home and giving all these different things like from the TVs and the access, it hits international standard.
It's always international standard with Toyota. They don't know how to do anything less. Okay,
And
so
we're back.
we'd like to, if you wanted to join our online conversation, please do and share your support for your favorite driver, especially use the hashtags TGRBios Cup 2022 or
and Toyota Gazoo Racing PH.
and those will get you into our conversation. We'll be able to collate all your comments, and then you can tag your favorite drivers, etc. It means a lot to them, means a lot to us as well. And it's just great to be part of that online conversation. Okay, so we'd also like to thank the following sponsors for their support. Take a look at this.
Tignan mo ang iyong mga napagdaanan. Sa bawat pagbagsak, at araw-gabing pagsusumikap. Nalagpasan mo lahat ng takot at pagdududa. Maniwala ka lang, dahil ang lakas ay likas sa puso at pagkatao mo. Ang mga pangarap ngayon ay abot kamay. Malayo na ang narating natin. Hindi na tayo pabibitin. Tuloy-tuloy tayong aangat. Kasama ang Petron. Sa Petron, panalo ang Pilipino.